Hello, everyone. This is Mike Newmark with the PSC. People joining us on Zoom. Just want to let you know we'll be checking people in shortly, doing a little introduction here. Once 1 p.m. hits, we'll probably be taking a few people from the room first. The room is very busy, but we'll be getting to people online as well, taking people back and forth. Just curious if someone can unmute and let me know if they can hear me.
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Me too.
You know what? I think it's you guys that are messing me up. Hello, can you hear me on Zoom?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
I can hear you as well.
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks.
Is it gonna be said?
I think it was just the one person sounded like, okay. So good afternoon, everyone. We'll get started at 1 p.m. Just wanted to give you a little preliminary heads up before we get started. If you do wish to speak, you need to fill out an appearance slip. You've probably all seen this by now. At the back table, that's commission staff, our dedicated public servants coming here to listen to your comments. But if you want to speak, make sure you fill out this form and check the, what does it say? Speak now, yes. That's the one you need to check. Back to commission staff and they will give me your slip. It'll come back to this table. Once I get all I'll have the pile of slips. I'm gonna read them, the names off one at a time. You guys are gonna come up to the front of the room. I'm gonna swear you in and get your comment. And all the comments will be in the record for the commissioners to read. So that's just the preliminary. We'll get into some more details in a few minutes, but just getting everything organized. Thanks. Right.
This is the one that wasn't it.
Okay.
I'm gonna turn this off.
No, I wonder if it's all of these lights here giving us.
That could be blocking something out, yeah. Mhm.
Okay. All right, we did it. Yeah, and I'll be off the record.
Right, my statement from the last time.
Yo. I
can't read that.
Can't really do anything about that, but we're not gonna have this up very long. Yeah. Oh, there's more. All right, everyone. Oh, sorry about that. It is 1 p.m., so we're gonna get started. My name is Michael Newmark. I'm the administrative law judge for the Public Service Commission. Some of you may know me by now. I've seen some familiar faces in here, so you guys know the drill here, but I'm gonna say my speech as I always do, hopefully as clear as I can. What we're doing here today is is receiving public comments in two dockets. Okay, so first docket has a docket number of 6630 CE 317, and that's the Oak Creek combustion turbine case. And the second docket, 6630 CG 140, that's the Oak Creek LNG, liquid natural gas storage case. So people have asked me, like, what do you mean two cases? Well, I'm trying to make things simple for you guys. So just need to come to one hearing to make comments in both cases. But how do you do that? Just come up and give us your statement. So that'll go into both transcripts and both dockets. Commissioners can read it twice. The other way to comment in both cases is to give us a written comment here today. Just fill out a form and submit it to us in writing. This form's got both docket numbers on it, and I'll scan them into both dockets, and commissioners will read them twice. If you want to file a comment online or mail it to us, that's where the trick is. You have to file it in each docket. So there's instructions on how to do that here on the appearance slip. It's got links to that online comment form in each docket. So you just want to make both comments in both dockets. You have to fill out that form twice online. If you want to mail it to us, same thing, and mail it to us in both dockets. I don't have the address on here. If you need the mailing address, I can give it to you after we're done here. But the way you would do that, also go to our website. You can find it. Our mailing addresses for each docket is also on our notice of hearing in each case. So that's on the commission's website. But the other trick is comments in the 317 case are due on March 27th. Comments in the 140 case are due on April 7th. Okay. So the rest of these cases are running on different timelines, but the hearings are together. So 317, March 27th, 140 is April 7th. All right. So what are we doing? To get your comments, we're going to have you, like I said, we'll call your name, have you come up here. The big ground rules, I know we have people on both sides of this cases, but we all need to get along as neighbors. So I'm going to insist, please, we have a lot of people in this room. No applause, no boos. I want people to feel respected and feel very comfortable about giving their comment, whatever it might be. As long as there's no profanity, I'll shut you down for that. But that's like never happened here, so I'm not worried about it. Those are basic ground rules. Also, please speak slowly and clearly, because we have our court reporter here and she's going to run away if her fingers will fall off if you guys speak too quickly. So a lot of people here, we have a lot of comments to take. And then just in terms of that, please be respectful for everyone. We have a limited amount of time here. So, please make your comment as succinct and concise as possible. There's no set time limit, but we're going to start at 1. We're going to continue on until we're done with the crowd here, and then we're going to start up again at 6. If you find like we're running out of time for your schedule, fill out a comment online. It's going to count the same. The commissioners are going to read each comment, regardless of whether it's in the transcript of this day or whether it's a comment filed online. So just so you know, if you're running into time constraints, you can fill out a comment either way. Also want to just mention we have 2 commissioners here. Welcome, Commissioner Nato and Commissioner Hawkins. They're here to listen. And I just wanted to make sure you're aware that because this is a contested case, a legal proceeding, that we will please refrain from discussing the case with them. They're not able to make decisions based on any other information that's not in the record. So your comment that you give here today will be in the record. But anything else you say to the commissioners, they can't use in their decision-making process, and really we just need to keep them unbiased in the case. So it's best just not to bring that up with them. So we appreciate that restraint. We should have we have commission staff at the table in the back. They are well-versed in the case, so feel free to ask them questions. We want to make sure you come up here and give an informed comment. But your time to ask questions about the case would be before you comment. So we have commission staff over here. We also have the applicant over in that corner. So feel free to ask questions, get your information, and make your comment with the information you receive. Otherwise, we have all the documents in the case online. There are actually links to those documents on the appearance slip at the top. There's 2 QR codes and 2 links that describe the project for you. I'm getting to the end of my speech. We're going to kind of dual duty here because we have a Zoom connection. We have many people connected to Zoom. So we're going to go back and forth between in-room and online comments. Probably go like 5 and 5. We kept the appearance slips in the order that we've received them. So we're going to go down through the list in that order. I'm going to mispronounce your name. Just expect that. I apologize ahead of time, but I'm just really bad at doing that. So, and I've tried to work on it. Trust me, getting better, but I won't promise 100% perfection here. The other thing to know is I may not be like watching you if you're giving your comment all the time. And it's not that I'm not paying attention, not that I don't want to pay attention, but I need to also be looking through at the Zoom participants, making sure the connections are going, and also just scanning the room. Just something I try to do for everyone's safety, make sure people are all, there's no threats that I can see from the crowd. So yeah, even though my eyes will be diverted, my attention may be diverted. The important thing is that your comment gets recorded by the transcriptionist, because that's what the commissioners are going to read. So that's our goal. All right, so we're going to get started. Just one check here and make sure we're all good to go. And more people coming. All right. So I'm going to show the closed captioning too. Yeah, thanks. All right, so we're going to get started with the participants in the room. And I'm going to turn off my phone. So I recommend everyone could do that too, or mute it. So we're going to go through, well, I'm just going to start with the list, go down through the list of our in-room participants. So first person we have is Gloria Randall Hewitt. Like I said, just make your way to the front and have a seat. Oh, you're right here. Perfect. Right, see here. I'm going to swear you in. So raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, try to find the mic for the room. So just give us your name and your comment.
Okay. My name is Gloria Randall Hewitt. My husband and I live in the city of Racine, and we're We Energy's customers. Thank you for providing the opportunity to speak today. I am speaking to oppose We Energy's plans to convert the Oak Creek plant to methane gas, to build new rice facilities in the town of Paris and Kenosha County, the 30-mile LNG pipeline, and the storage that are part of this project, total price $2 billion. I am opposed because We Energies has not demonstrated that there is an increased demand for electricity that would justify these multi-billion-dollar polluting projects. We Energies has said that industrial development in southeastern Wisconsin is the reason for the new gas plants, including the Microsoft data center in Mount Pleasant and other potential new very large customers that may locate to our area in the future, but has not provided data or analysis that supports this contention. Instead, the one customer that actually is building in this area, Microsoft, who, by the way, has just announced another pause of their construction, has publicly stated that they are committed to their aim to be carbon negative by 2030, and on multiple occasions has stated that they are working with We Energies to pay their own way for all the assets needed to serve their data center load, that they are committed to carbon-free energy, and to ensuring their needs do not lead to price increases for their neighbors. We Energies wants to build gas plants. Microsoft wants clean, carbon-free energy. We Energies say they want to be ready for other potential customers, but has provided no proof of who those customers are or what they want in terms of their energy sourcing. Lacking any concrete proof for the need for these new projects, which carry huge price tags, both in terms of pollution, detrimental health outcomes, and inevitable rate increases for We Energies customers, they're expecting us to just trust them that these projects are necessary. Analysis of electricity requirements for large customers is not information that is easily available to the general public, and I am personally not qualified to assess electricity needs either. But I can read, and I have read the opinions of various persons who are experts, and I have come to the conclusion that not only are these new plants not needed, but they are the opposite of what We Energies should do if they truly are concerned about providing energy to possible new, very large energy customers, such as data centers like Microsoft's. First, I refer to the Surrey rebuttal testimony of Douglas Jester on behalf of Clean Wisconsin. Though many numbers are redacted in this document, one clear statement from Mr. Jester is that the production capacity of the proposed projects at Oak Creek and the Paris Rice facilities will total 1,314 megawatts, while Microsoft announced requirement for phase one is only 450 megawatts, or about a third of the announced capacity. So if Microsoft wanted to use gas-generated electricity, the plans for these new plants are 3 times what Microsoft needs. Further, We Energies Vice President of Infrastructure and Planning, Dan Kruger, stated in a WTMJ news story on March 18th, 2025, regarding the Oak Creek plans, that the new plants will run only 10 to 20% of the time when, quote, renewables can't provide enough power or there's a demand spike, unquote. That means We Energies wants to spend $1.2 billion for polluting gas plants that they themselves say will only run 10 to 20% of the time. If We Energies anticipates they will need to run this massive new gas plant only 10 to 20% of the time, and given that Microsoft plans to cover the huge electricity needs of their data center with renewable energy, the logical move would be for We Energies to build battery storage, not new methane gas plants to cover these demand spikes. Second, the public is not privy to the agreements that Microsoft says they're developing with We Energies, but again, referring to Mr. Jester's testimony and reading between the redacted sections, the commitment to pay costs between, and this part is redacted, so I'm assuming it's Microsoft, and Wisconsin Electric is limited to a modest fraction of the cost for which WEC seeks approval. Who will pay the rest of the costs? Referring now to a paper published by Harvard University's Electricity Law Initiative, though utilities tell PUCs that the big tech energy costs are isolated from ratepayers' bills and won't increase consumers' power prices, verifying this claim is all but impossible. So, are there other potential customers that We Energy says they need that need more capacity that they need to be ready for? And if there are, how much power will they need? And are they, like Microsoft, going to want to source their renewable energy sources? So looking at other potential very large customers, Google states on their website that they have a goal to be net zero emissions all through their operations and value chain by 2030. Amazon says that they have already met their goal of being 100% renewable energy in 2023, 7 years before their goal. Meta says that since 2020, they have matched 100% of their annual electricity use with new renewable energy and have a long history of partnering with utilities and renewable developers. Considering that all the potential very large customers have public commitments to clean energy sourcing, if We Energies wants to be prepared for them, it should be investing in solar, wind power, and battery storage, not gas-powered plants. We Energies' proposal for billions of dollars of gas plant infrastructure is a plan for higher profits for itself, its executives and shareholders, not a plan to be ready for new customers. I've noted that We Energy CEO and other executives have no executive incentive for decarbonization of their operations in their salary or bonus structure. To the contrary, per WEC's 8K investor update April 2024, infrastructure ROI is 12.7%. So the more expensive infrastructure they build, the more they can charge ratepayers, the more profits the company and the shareholders make, and the more executives make. We Energy's built one of the last coal plants in the country in Pleasant Prairie, despite the well-known facts about coal's impact on our health and environment. Ratepayers are still paying for that plant, even though it's been decommissioned. We do not want a repeat of that expensive, short-sighted decision by again building more soon-to-be obsolete fossil fuel power plants, this time in the form of gas plants. We are at a critical decision point for our energy future. I'm asking the PSC to reject We Energy's plans for new gas plants and direct them to create plans to actually meet the requirements of any likely future very large customers, as well as what we, the ratepayers, want.
Oh,
In other words,
hi there.
build more renewable energy sources and battery storage, which is more reliable than gas, healthier for our environment and the people of Southeast Wisconsin, and less expensive to build and run. Last, I'm asking for clear, transparent, verifiable, and publicly accessible requirements to be instituted by the PSC for data centers and other very large customers to pay their own way for the power, transmission lines, and other infrastructure so that ratepayers aren't subsidizing these multi-billion-dollar corporations. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, okay, guys, remember what I said? I'm gonna be respectful to everybody. All right, Jody Kohler, I'm gonna give you a heads up here. So Jody Kohler's next, Cat Claus after her. Rakosi would be after Cat. And then I think we'll switch to some Zoom participants. So you guys hear me there? Jody Kohler next. You there? Oh yeah, come on. Come on up, have a seat here. All right. I'm gonna swear you in. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Name and comment.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Jody Kaler. That was a hard act to follow. First of all, thank you to the Public Service Commission for listening to us. And I'm telling you, this proposed pollution factory is horribly wrong and will devastate Wisconsin's clean air for decades. It is unconscionable to destroy the very things we need to live, clean air and water. It is a huge step in the wrong direction for Wisconsin. Our motto is forward, but a fossil fuel plant is a dangerous leap backwards. Natural gas is not clean energy. Methane produces harmful particulate matters, dangerous compounds like nitrogen oxides and sulfur dioxides. It damages the upper ozone layer. Methane traps 80% more heat on Earth than CO2. Now, We Energy wants you to think that this plant is needed for our upcoming extreme weather heat waves. But in reality, burning fossil fuels is one of the causes of these heat waves. It's only going to get worse. Burning methane will make it even hotter, accelerating climate chaos in a critical time when global greenhouse gases need to plunge if we are to survive. And don't forget how we obtain natural gas. Fracking is one of the deadliest practices for the environment. Fracking pumps toxic chemicals like formaldehyde into the groundwater. It destroys millions of acres of wilderness and the animals therein. Fracking wastes millions of gallons of water in areas that are already drought-stricken, and it releases dangerous chemicals like benzene and xylene. This is our only planet, folks. It is a closed system. We cannot get any new air or water. We use our resources over and over and over again, and fossil fuels are destroying what we need to live. Why would anyone want to pollute what we need to live? All these union workers, I understand you want to build something. Let's build a clean and sustainable energy future for our children and our planet. If We Energy has $2 billion to spend on energy, let's make it clean, and not full of toxic chemicals that poison our children and our planet. We have one Earth for all life, forever. Public Service Commission, please protect our planet's future and say no to fossil fuels.
Thank you. Pat Claus. And then Tom Rakowski. Rakowski, okay. Rakowski, there we go. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, name and comment.
My name is Kat Claus. I live in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in the downtown area, which is projected to be impacted by the gas plant, even in Oak Creek. I'm also the proud parent of 2 little boys. I have a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old. My 3-year-old has been diagnosed with asthma since birth. This is his inhaler. It costs $175 a week, so my child can breathe. And this is a lifelong condition he will likely have. I worry about my kids' future, and I worry about all kids' futures. First of all, the cost of gas plants that's going to be here for 30 to 40 years that they're going to end up picking up the bill from, but also the health impacts. According to the American Lung Association, gas plants in the area make twice as many children have asthma like mine. And it worsens asthma for those who do have it. Gas plants are less reliable in natural disasters compared to renewable energy. So not only are they more expensive, they fail more often than renewable energy options. According to the Department of Energy, they're more expensive. And if we were to switch to renewable energy, we could all lower our utility costs 2 to 3 times lower. That's especially important because every year, about 100,000 Wisconsinites get their electric cut off because they can't pay. So we're paying more for something when other better for the planet and better for the people options are available. As has been mentioned, we're still paying for a closed down coal plant, outdated technology that we shouldn't have invested in, just like we shouldn't be investing in new gas. The lifespan of a gas plant is 30 to 40 years. It's a poor investment financially, economically, and morally. And We Energies hasn't invested in our renewable energies like we should be. They should be investing in things called distributive solar, which means every house or every building should have solar and battery storage or even wind energy. They didn't start with renewable energy options. They're starting with dirty gas plants first. Gas plants are expensive, not as reliable, and we're talking about $1 billion price tag here. My family can't afford to pay more for inhalers, and we can't afford to pay more for rates. So I'm asking the PSC to put people over profit and vote no on the gas plants. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. You're next. For that, we're going to go down our list of Zoom participants. All right, swear in. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I will.
All right, give us your name and comments.
My name is Tom Rakowski. I represent the Racine's 3rd District on the Racine County Board of Supervisors, and I'm also a member of the Southeast Gateway Sierra Club's Executive Committee. Here we are once again, opposing another big We Energies investment in fossil fuels. Past experience shows that We Energies is terrible at predicting the future and also in owning the consequences of their poor decisions, but they don't have to be. Instead, we bear the cost of those consequences with both our health and the price we pay for energy. Conversion of the South Oak Creek plant to natural gas will lock us into another fossil fuel for decades at a time when energy sources are rapidly evolving. Over 20 years ago, grassroots effort, also supported by many local businesses, advocated for a natural gas plant to be built in Oak Creek instead of a coal-fired power plant. At that time, We Energies argued that the price of methane was too volatile, guaranteed a high rate of return on their investment, and ignoring the effects on air quality and climate change, they built one of the last coal plants to be constructed in the United States, a plant we ratepayers will still be paying for at the same time we finance the new gas-fired plants. Around the same time the construction began, the fracking boom emerged, lowering the price of methane for decades to come. Now, when solar energy has become the least expensive energy in history, and low-cost battery storage can address the intermittent nature of renewable energy, We Energies will once again make big bets on the energy of the past. They can do so, knowing that however bad that decision will turn out to be, they will receive a 12% return on their investment. That however bad the environmental consequences, the public will bear the burden with a higher incidence of respiratory problems and increased costs of climate-related disasters. We Energies is using the recent growth of data centers to justify the buildup of natural gas capacity. But it appears that Microsoft has other plans that remain committed to 100% renewable power. Microsoft has recently signed a power purchase agreement with a 250 megawatt solar farm, as another larger 1.3 gigawatt farm is also planned for Portage County. We don't know if We Energies plan for gas conversion considers these new sources. It has not shown how these expensive retrofits are justified. Great innovations are occurring in the energy field, with possibilities like geothermal infusion right around the corner. In a period of such rapid transition, it doesn't make sense to make large, long-term investments in an energy source that could quickly become obsolete. We will still be paying off the coal plant and the natural gas conversion when something much better and less expensive comes along. PSC chairwoman Summer Strand said that her team works hard every day to build a roadmap for Wisconsin's responsible and cost-effective transition to zero carbon. Converting the South Oak Creek plant to natural gas is neither responsible nor cost-effective. It is instead another missed opportunity that delays that urgently needed transition. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so actually, I think we're gonna take one more person in-house here. I think I was gonna say 5 and 5. So let's do a Helga, is it Kigeri?
Oh, good here.
Ah, okay, thanks. Have a seat. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, go ahead, name and comment.
Hey, my name is Helga Fakir. I live on the east side of Milwaukee. And I'm on a limited budget or limited income. And so I'm very concerned about the cost of this as well as the environmental cost. I'm really not sure why I even came to protest today. I was here to protest the coal plant We Energies and its investors were eager to build at the end of the 20th century. That plant proved to be unnecessary. I am strongly against this proposal. It is time for We Energy investors to look toward the future renewable energy.
Oh, thank you very much. All right, let's switch gears to Zoom. And I'm going to go down the list. Unfortunately, I just have an alphabetical list for people. We can go off the record. Alphabetical list of people who joined us. So that's really all I can go here with, although I see people join us at different times. So let's try first with Andrew Delorme. If you wish to speak, you need to unmute. And
can you hear me?
Yes, I'm going to adjust the screen here though to check on this. Andrew. Do you have your video on? Can you turn that on?
I should have my video
Oh,
on.
okay. I see you there. Yeah, great. Perfect. All right, got you there. I'm going to swear you in, so raise your right hand. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead, name and comment.
So, hi everyone. My name is Andrew Delorme. I'm speaking here today as a healthcare worker and a concerned Wisconsinite in opposition to the Oak Creek gas plant. I work as a nurse in Madison at the UW University Hospital at our trauma and life support intensive care unit. Hopefully none of you have had the experience to have been in our unit. Although we see a lot of trauma victims, actually most of our patients need to be here because of really bad lung and breathing complications. I've seen many people on our unit arrive incredibly sick and die because of COPD and asthma. I've watched many families hold each other and say their final goodbyes to husbands, wives, parents, siblings, and even children sometimes. So modern medicine, they can treat these conditions and help people only hold on for so long, but it doesn't prevent them from suffering from the ICU to begin with. One thing we can do to prevent harm from showing up on my unit is breathing clean and healthy air. I'm speaking here today to keep Oak Creek and the surrounding area safe. The gas plant emissions will make very many people sick. You won't see it, but we will. And we'll get people with COPD and asthma, and people won't recover from these illnesses. It will make people sick, and it will cause them to go to the ICU. It will cause people to say goodbye to their families without actually being able to say it. In PSC's bolded mission and statement right at the top of their page, it states, PSC ensures environmentally responsible and safe utility services. Approving the SWE Energies project goes directly against their own mission, and I have many personal experiences that would attest to this. The PSC needs to approve solar and renewable energy projects for the health of our neighbors and ourselves. Thank you for listening and your consideration.
All right, thanks very much. Go off the record. Okay, just a minute, ma'am. Thank you for that comment. I really cannot accommodate you that way because I need to be working on this computer as well as showing you what I can show. You're just going to have to accommodate that because I need to be doing a lot more things than just watching the people. We usually don't have a screen, so just be thankful that we have something set up for you guys to watch. At this point, we're going to call the next person. We have Apostle Tony Causey. And if you could turn on your screen and microphone so we can see you.
I can turn on my microphone, but not my screen at this time.
That's fine. We can take you audio only then. So I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. I'll swear you in.
All right, it's raised.
Okay, great. Do you swear or affirm? Tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and give us your name and comment.
My name is Apostle Tony Causey. I live in Milwaukee. And I would just like to say that I respectfully request the rejection of Wisconsin Electric's Power Company applications, docket number 6630-CE-317 and 6630-CG-140 for the construction of a new 1,100 MW gas plant, LNG storage and associated pipelines in Oak Creek. These proposed projects would contribute significantly to more air pollution, including emissions, nitrous oxides, particulate matter, sulfur dioxide, and VOCs, leading to projected annual health costs skyrocketing even more. These projects are inconsistent, first of all, with the values of We Energy's customers by introducing additional pollutions, endangering public health, and imposing severe financial burdens on we ratepayers. The proposed investment in new methane gas infrastructure is unsustainable and should be denied. Furthermore, I feel that while I recognize that these projects may create jobs, we must ask ourselves a question. What is the value of employment if it comes to the expense of the health of people, the well-being of the communities, our family, your families? How can we honestly justify the promise of good paying jobs when the very people that we care about will suffer from more sicknesses, more diseases, and in some cases, death? So the notion of a prospering ring kind of hollows when it leads to a future devoid in health and longevity. History as we know it has shown the destruction or destructive impact of such projects like this. If we choose to ignore this knowledge, I really feel and know that we are complicit in the perpetuating harm. We're complicit in it because this is something that we really know. And for those that agree with it, I think that's a problem. So to sacrifice the lives of our community members for financial gain, some would call fleeting, is a profound failure of our moral responsibility. No amount of profit can outweigh the cost of a human life. And when we get to a place to where we feel that money is more valuable than people, that's a problem. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
All right, thanks very much. Appreciate your comment. Next, we're going to take Beth Peters. Beth Peters. Need to unmute and turn on your camera. Beth, did you wish to make a comment? Okay, we're going to move on to Bruce Kravitz. I saw you there. Yeah, there you are. Thank you. I'm going to spotlight you and swear you in. Yeah, raise your right hand. You got it there. Are you unmuted? I can do that for you. Okay, there. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. Give us your name and comment, please.
My name is Bruce Kravitz, and I live in Marshfield, Wisconsin. I am asking the Public Service Commission to oppose the proposed Oak Creek gas plant. I am a physician specializing in pathology. I study the health effects of air pollution and global heating. We face an uncertain and unsafe future, partly caused by global heating and the resulting extreme weather. Burning fossil fuels, such as coal gasoline, diesel, and methane gas, is the primary driver of climate change. Fossil fuel combustion has added about 2 trillion tons of greenhouse gases to Earth's atmosphere since 1800. Increases in the concentrations of greenhouse gases cause global heating by reducing heat flow to outer space and concentrating heat energy on Earth. Heat accumulation causes not only heat waves, but also wildfires, droughts, floods, and sea level rise. Natural gas is composed principally of methane. Methane gas combustion is less polluting than burning coal, gasoline, or oil. However, methane gas combustion generates oxides of nitrogen that increase asthma attacks, increase lung infections, and aggravate chronic lung and heart diseases. Nitrogen oxides harm our health by causing inflammation in the lung, impairing lung function. Nitrogen dioxide reacts with other pollutants to form ground-level ozone, which is harmful to plants, animals, and humans. Methane gas is a powerful driver of climate change. About 4% of methane gas produced by fracking leaks directly into the air. Methane has a heat-trapping potential about 30 times greater than carbon dioxide. Hydraulic fracturing or fracking is the primary mining method used to obtain methane gas in the United States. Fracking contaminates ground and surface water, the air, and by radiation release. When fracking chemicals are inserted underground at high pressures to mine methane gas, they also bring up radioactive particles from below the ground that are released into air, water, and soil. Gas compressor stations emit toxic and cancer-causing chemicals such as benzene and formaldehyde. Gas stoves, wood-burning stoves and gas dryers emit nitrogen oxides, benzene, and formaldehyde into our homes. The only true path to a healthy future is fossil fuel-free energy. You may wish to consult the article Climate Change, Fossil Fuel Pollution and Children's Health from the New England Journal of Medicine, published in 2022. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next, we have a person named Carol on Zoom. You wish to make a comment?
Yes, I do.
So let's first just get your full name here.
Carol Harden,
Okay, spell that last name for me.
Hardin.
D-I-N. Okay, great. All right.
Okay.
Just a sec. Hang on. All right, let me spotlight you for our audience here. Perfect. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, name and comment, please.
My name is Carol Harden. I live in Hudson, Wisconsin, not that close to the plant, but I have lived around there. I oppose the We Energies plan to build this methane gas plant. Personally, I have COPD, possibly because I grew up downwind of the steel industries in Gary, Indiana. And so I know how it is to have COPD and its limits. And I'm certainly not the only one. And people can get it from bad air. We need to have clean air for our health and for our lives. Besides that, it's certainly not needed, this methane plant. We're going in the wrong direction. We should be using renewables and battery storage energies and plants. So I urge the Public Service Commission to deny the Oak Creek methane gas plant plan. And thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, one more person from Zoom, Cindy Carter. Why am I asking you guys? Cindy Carter, if you can hear me, we'll need to get you into the Zoom here. Cindy Carter.
I'm trying to get my video to work quick. There we go.
All right, perfect. All right, I'm going to swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, name and comment.
Cindy Carter. I live in Appleton, Wisconsin. Just would like to remind you that you are the Public Service Commission. I ask that you do what's best for the health of the public. I ask that you oppose both of these permits for the Oak Creek plant. And for the sake of the environment, I ask you to shut it down. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much.
Take her last name again, ma'am?
Oh, I got it.
Oh, where she's from.
Oh, where? Appleton.
Appleton.
Yeah. All right, let's move on then. For people, moving on to people in Oak Creek, Janet Weicker, Dave Volland, Dan Whitaker, and Dan Brukaiski. All right, Janet, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, name and comment.
I'm Janet Weicker, and I live in Racine. And I ask that the Public Service Commission deny any permit that would lead to the building of any methane gas plant in Wisconsin. Microsoft cannot be the reason for trying to build those plants. They have made a public statement committing themselves to paying the full cost of all the energy needed for their new data center. For the past 17 years, I lived at the Eco Justice Center in Racine, which is just 2 miles south of the Oak Creek power plant. The smokestacks and the trains, the rumble of engine on the tracks were daily reminders of the pollution that was put into the air as coal was burned for energy. The Eco Justice Center is dedicated to environmental education and sustainability. It teaches and models the way people can live sustainably on this earth. Its use of a wind turbine and solar panels for electricity and hot water. They also do organic gardening, and they have hands-on learning experiences for youth and adults. And as they are experiencing nature, it makes real their and all of our interdependence on all of creation. Our natural resources are not just for this current generation. No individual or corporation owns the air we breathe or the water from the streams and rivers and lakes and oceans. It is our responsibility to safeguard and protect these resources so future generations can exist and thrive on this planet. Methane gas is not a clean alternative to burning coal. Its pollution is not as visible as the soot that comes from coal, but its emissions are more intense. The potential health hazards of burning gas by far outweigh any benefits. The elderly and the very young, they are the most susceptible to illnesses. And are we to consider them just collateral damage to make more profit? We need to move to burning no fossil fuels, but into renewable energy. And it seems like we're in a vicious circle. The more fossil fuels that are burned, the warmer the world gets. And the higher the temperatures rise, people demand more air conditioning. And the more air conditioning, we need more electricity. And so the cycle goes on. This must stop. We must choose what is best for the common good, not for the pocketbooks of corporations and investors. The cost to ratepayers and the unprecedented profits made by We Energies makes the proposed gas plant totally unacceptable. In addition, the extra emissions from the combustion of gas only adds to the climate crisis that we are already experiencing. For the sake of the health of our planet and our pocketbooks, stop the use of fossil fuels as you try to produce more electricity. Use renewables. I urge the PSC to deny any permits for any gas plant in Wisconsin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Doug Volland. And then Dan Whitaker. And Bukowski. All right. Swear you in, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right. Name and comment.
My name is Doug Volland. My comments are fairly simple. My name is Doug Volland. I'm a 36 member of the Carpenters Union. I've been in this market my entire career. I've helped build many different structures, including additions and renovations to the power plant. Thank you for letting me speak today in favor of the Oak Creek Power Plant project. Let's talk job creation. The Oak Creek Power Plant will create approximately 800 union construction jobs, providing a major boost to local employment and the local economy, as well as long-term economic stability for union workers. The plant will require workers trained in advanced energy technologies, both during construction and during operation after, creating new apprenticeship opportunities and long-term skilled labor careers. The utility company has a strong history of using union contractors, employing skilled trade workers to ensure high-quality construction, and utilizing skilled union employees for many of the day-to-day operations. Economic stability is also a big talking point with regard to this project. This project will provide steady work hours for union members over multiple years, providing economic security for hundreds of families. Beyond that, ensuring a consistent energy production is essential to attracting more businesses and manufacturing to Southeast Wisconsin. Natural gas plays a crucial role in transitioning from coal to renewable energy. It ensures reliability when renewable sources cannot meet peak demands. The gas plant will operate only during high periods when renewable sources are insufficient, ensuring grid stability while supporting Wisconsin's long-term clean energy goals. Environmental improvements. The Oak Creek project will significantly reduce emissions compared to the retired coal plant, cutting carbon dioxide emissions by 73%, nitrogen oxides by 68%, and particulate matter by 29%. The plant will be built on the existing Oak Creek campus, utilizing current infrastructure to ensure reliability and cost efficiency while meeting the region's growing energy demands. In closing, I urge all to tune out all of the negativity of those opposed to the project and look at what the project is truly about: supporting our communities, our industries, our workers, and the local economy with clean, consistent power production. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Dan Whitaker. Dan, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Name and comment.
My name is Dan Whitaker. I'm here to speak in favor of this project. I'm a 23-year member of the Carpenters Local 231. But more importantly, I'm here to speak as a proud resident of Oak Creek. As a union construction worker, I know the importance of safe, reliable power in our homes, schools, hospitals, and businesses. Big projects like the Oak Creek natural gas plant are very important to all the union trades. At peak construction, this project alone will sustain the careers of 800 workers and their families. Another benefit of a project this size, it's great for our local economy. Whether it's stopping at the gas station in the morning for coffee and breakfast, running out for lunch, or as all my fellow tradesmen here have seen, you work a 12, 14-hour day, you're going to find the closest place to grab something to eat and something to drink after work. With the infrastructure happening along the I-94 corridor, building this plant will provide the needed energy to sustain its growth and bring more businesses to Wisconsin, which helps our state economy. A few people may speak out against this conversion, and a lot of them won't even be residents of our city. But the fact is, by retiring the coal and bringing in the natural gas, we will create a healthier environment. Thank you.
No, thank you. Dan Bukowski, getting that wrong. I'll go ahead and spell it for you. Sorry. Bukiewicz. Bukovitz, I think is better. Dan? No, not here. Okay, on the side. Matt Beiser, BIS. Yeah, there you go. And then we can move on to Sharon Hillringhouse after Matt. All right, we're in to swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Name and comment.
My name is Matt Beezer. I used to live in Oak Creek. Sorry. Is that better? My name is Matt Beezer. I used to live in Oak Creek, but I am currently a resident of Delavan, Wisconsin. I'm a carpenter, and I've worked in the trades for about 15 years intermittently. I want to talk today about some of the aspects of the greater community. As an alderman for the city of Delavan, I look out for my community in Delavan as well. And when we talk about power, we're talking about infrastructure. Infrastructure is important for all of Wisconsin, And it's important for all of the technology that's being developed for advanced companies like Google or Microsoft. Our children are looking forward to what the next generation is going to be like. My son is in high school, but he already understands aspects of AI technology that are far beyond what the normal people will consider or will look at. I know that the PSC has to look at all power as a holistic approach. They have to look at solar, they have to look at nuclear, they have to look at coal, and right now we're looking at the Oak Creek Power Plant. So when they think about that, think about how long does it take to actually get projects underway? What does it take to actually get solar up and running? How long does it take to get the environmental impact to the point that we want right now? About 5 years ago, we began the solar project within the state of Wisconsin. And it's taken a long time to get to where we are right now. Today, at the PSC, we have technology that we're utilizing so that everyone can have the opportunity to speak. We didn't have this 10 years ago. We didn't have the ability for us to look up at the screen and to see what's going on. We take advantage of our opportunities that we have right now, but that didn't exist without the infrastructure of power. And that power is a key component to driving our economy throughout the state. Right now, we're looking at potentially 1 data center being put up in the state of Wisconsin. We're behind. Minnesota is looking at putting up 10 next year. And the power plant requirements for that are far beyond what we're looking at now. Power is important for the advancement of technology and jobs within the state of Wisconsin, not just this particular community, not just my community, and not just for the state. We need these pieces in place in order to actually promote the advancement of high-paying jobs for our community. And we need to look at this not just from the standard of the future, but today. Everybody that's working on these plants, everybody that's maintaining them, has to put food on the table for their families. They have to do that today, not tomorrow, not next week. We have to be looking at what's going on for the next month. If we look at what's happening at the national level, there's a lot of chaos and uncertainty. These are pieces that we can control right here and right now. And we know that power is going to be central in developing new high-paying jobs throughout the state and the surrounding community. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Sharon Hillringhouse. After Sharon, we're going to switch to Zoom. You're happy about that. You got it. Do you swear or affirm the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
All right, name and comment, please.
my name is Sharon Hillringhouse. I wasn't prepared to speak today, but some people convinced me to speak. I'm a recently retired, recently widowed person living in Caledonia, downwind of the power plant. So daily, I'm reminded of all the pollution spewing into the atmosphere. And I have asthma, which I'm getting assistance with getting the right medication that I need, because otherwise it would cost $1,600 a month. So thanks to my physician, he put me in the right direction to get treated for asthma. So as you can imagine, I'm against any further work on the plant. And also I'm concerned for my family who lives in Oak Creek with 2 grandchildren and their futures.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks for the comment. I'm going to switch over to Zoom, and we have Carrie. You want to make a comment? You'll need to unmute. Get your screen on.
No comment, thank you.
Okay. So let me mention for people on Zoom, if you aren't going to comment and you have you do have a good internet connection, looks like, just ask you to use the live stream instead of signing in on Zoom, just so you know who wants to comment and who doesn't. It makes it a little easier. So if you can't get to the live stream, please switch over there. So next on our list, we have CBS 58 News. I don't think you're gonna comment, but you're on the list here, so I'm gonna just give you an opportunity to unmute. I gotta do it, so okay, didn't think you would. Chandra Ellis, would you like to comment?
No comment, thank you.
Okay. Claire Gervias, I think you're unmuting now. Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Let me just get you settled up here. Okay, great. Just hang on a minute. All right, so I'm going to swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, so give us your name and comment.
My name is Claire Gervais. I'm a family medicine doctor in Madison, Wisconsin, and I'm representing the Wisconsin Environmental Health Network, which advocates and educates about environmental health. We are concerned about the health, environmental, and economic impacts of the WEPCO proposal to build a methane gas plant totaling 1,100 megawatts with an estimated cost of $1.2 billion in Oak Creek. We ask that the Public Service Commission reject WEPCO's application based upon the following considerations. Methane gas-fired power plants have many significant health impacts at all stages, from extraction through fracking, as we've talked about, transmission by pipeline, storage, and combustion. All of these stages have impacts. And this was all referenced in a 2019 New England Journal of Medicine perspective. We know there's less carbon dioxide and some other less of sulfur dioxide, mercury, particulates with methane compared to coal combustion, but methane is a much more potent greenhouse gas, 30 times that of carbon dioxide over a 100-year lifespan. There was a new study by the physicians, scientists, and engineers for healthy energy that estimated that the proposed Oak Creek plant will emit 1.3 million tons of greenhouse gases annually and could cause $4.3 billion in health and economic costs over 30 years. Air pollutants include PM 2.5, nitrogen oxides, sulfur dioxide, which shorten life expectancy, increase asthma rates, strain the cardiovascular system, and worsen cognitive health. More specifically, estimates of yearly health risks include 264 premature deaths, 693 asthma cases, 66 heart attacks, and 249 ER visits, totaling up to $144.8 million per year in health costs. We could also expect increases in cancer rates, kidney disorders, neurodevelopmental disorders like Alzheimer's, and lower academic performance from these pollutants. Studies supporting these health risks include a Harvard study from 2021 showing early mortality from burning gas in various industrial and residential settings. Gas emissions were responsible for 10 to 15,000 cases of early mortality in the US, or 21% of all annual deaths caused by air pollution from burning fuels. Additionally, the study showed that early mortality attributed to gas combustion caused more deaths than coal in 19 states from stationary sources in 2017, demonstrating that methane gas is not cleaner than coal and in fact is more deadly. The National Institutes on Health analyzed zip codes where there are fuel-fired power plants and found 11% higher asthma hospital rates, 15% higher respiratory infections, and 17% higher rates of COPD than demographically similar zip codes with no power plant. Besides air pollution's effects on the kidneys, lungs, heart, and brain, high levels of air pollution contribute to poorer pregnancy and birth outcomes, including increased maternal high blood pressure, low birth weight, preterm birth, infant mortality, postpartum depression, and placental abruption. As a more potent greenhouse gas, transitioning from coal to methane gas is unacceptable, as we are already seeing the health effects of climate change in Wisconsin. As documented in Medical Alert, climate change is harming our health in Wisconsin. Extreme heat kills more Wisconsinites than any other weather disaster and is expected to become more frequent and last longer. As Wisconsin becomes warmer and wetter, more frequent and intense downpours are expected, resulting in flooding. Flooding increases drinking water contamination, causing outbreaks of waterborne illnesses, and increases mold growth, affecting those with asthma and allergies even more. As an urgent care physician, I see many patients with asthma, COPD, and heart disease, and I worry about the communities around the proposed gas plant, since building this plant affects them most. Besides the detrimental health risks, new analysis from the Rocky Mountain Institute shows price hikes could cost WEBCO residential customers over $1.25 billion in additional energy costs over the new plant's lifetime, while running the risk of becoming a stranded asset. Already, we've heard, this coal plant, was shut down 17 years early, and it became a stranded asset, forcing working families to foot the bill through rising electricity rates. The energy burden is unjustly shouldered by the black and brown population. While shareholders profit, these Wisconsinites experience some of the highest energy bills due to rate increases. Milwaukee WEBCO serves minority communities in particular. They serve them and have been shown to pay more. These communities are paying more, up to double the energy burden of similar white neighborhoods that are served by WEBCO. Building a massive methane gas plant overestimates uncertain future data center demands while demanding WEBCO's commitment to reduce carbon emissions by 80% by 2030 and reach carbon neutrality by 2050. They said that. They were going to commit to that, but we're not seeing it. Since battery storage systems costs have fallen 90% over the last decade, reliable, cost-effective, clean energy options exist. Other states, like Texas, California, and Alaska, are deploying large-scale battery storage system, moving on from this dependence on outdated gas-fired peak-use plants. The proposed WEBCO proposal is irresponsible and deadly, locking us into decades of dangerous emissions while worsening the health and well-being of Wisconsinites. We urge the PSC to reject WEBCO's expensive and outdated methane gas plant and adopt clean, renewable energy for a healthy and more prosperous future for all. Thank you for allowing me to make these comments.
Thank you. Move on to Damien Schultz. Damien, did you wish to comment?
No, I did not.
No? Okay. So, adjust your name here.
No, thank you.
Okay, I got it. Dan Grant, I'm assuming that's from the PSC staff person. Danica Hill Powers.
Yes, I would like to make a statement.
There we go. Let me just adjust the screen for you on my end. And I think we're good to go. All right. So let me swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead with your name and comment, please.
My name is Danica Hill Paulus. I am co-executive director of MKE Fresh Air Collective, which is an air quality and environmental justice nonprofit located in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I have a master's degree in environmental science, and at this point, more than a decade of working with environmental pollution and the consequential health effects. I am against the building of any new fossil fuel infrastructure or expanding any reliance on fossil fuels in my region. I'm concerned about the environmental impacts of using natural gas, including the mining, processing, transportation, and burning for fuel. Wisconsin already has some of the highest costs of natural gas in the country, and personally, as a consumer of We Energy's utilities, I don't want my utility bill to increase or increase the reliance on this source of energy. I'm also concerned about the health effects of expanding natural gas production, including increased rates of asthma and COPD that get documented in communities living nearby natural gas plant facilities. I instead support renewable energy to expand Southeast Wisconsin's energy production and capacity. And so in conclusion, ask that the Public Service Commission deny this Oak Creek gas plant and pipeline expansions.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to Emily Park. You
Hello.
there? Hello. Okay, I got you there. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, name and comment, please.
My name is Emily Park. Thank you to the Public Service Commission for the opportunity to speak, and also thank you for offering both in-person and virtual options to increase accessibility. As I said, my name is Emily Park, and I am co-executive director of 350 Wisconsin. We're one of the state's largest grassroots climate justice organizations. While I am based in Madison, our organization represents members across the state of Wisconsin. As a Wisconsin resident and a climate concerned member of the community, I'm deeply concerned about the proposed Oak Creek gas plant and the impact it will have on families' energy bills, our electricity reliability, and our long-term climate goals. I'm deeply concerned that the people of Wisconsin will be the ones to pay the price, financial, health, and other costs of a facility that will be bringing profits to the pockets of the most profitable utility in Wisconsin, We Energies. Previous commenters have already noted the people of Milwaukee are still paying off the coal plant that this gas plant would replace. This proposal would only add to the energy bills of already overburdened Milwaukee communities. Other commenters and health experts have also spoken more articulately than I could about the possible health impacts on frontline communities. I'm also deeply concerned about that any future development of fossil gas infrastructure will continue to undercut and undermine our state's ability to meet its climate goals. A facility like the Oak Creek plant would be in operation for decades and would give corporations like We Energies further excuses to delay the adoption of the clean energy investments that we critically need. The climate crisis is no longer a problem for the future. It's here now in Wisconsin. Wisconsinites are already feeling the impacts of it. Even though I'm not a resident of Milwaukee, I know that a key fact about air pollution and the climate crisis is it doesn't follow geopolitical boundaries. So my actions here in Madison impact the people in Milwaukee, and the actions of We Energies will impact all Wisconsinites. The money that We Energies is putting into this proposal could be better used to develop projects that would bring clean energy jobs, good paying jobs, union jobs, that would enable Wisconsinites to support their families and that would support the economy, the communities that We Energies serves. These investments would support the economy of the greater Milwaukee community and the economy of our entire state. After all, the most important part of our state's economy are its people, its lands, and its waters. Without healthy people and healthy lands, we do not have a healthy economy with jobs for all. We Energies is also essentially a monopoly, and the people in its service territory do not have the ability to shop around for an energy utility the way people do for a cell phone plan. I would argue that this gives We Energies even more of a responsibility to care for its communities, but the Oak Creek proposal shows that We Energies is thinking of its profits first. In this modern age, electricity is a fundamental human right. And since the people in the We Energies service territory don't have the ability to just not have electricity, it is the responsibility of the Public Service Commission to consider the community's needs and rights when the utility clearly won't. To that end, I urge the PSC to think of Wisconsinites' physical and mental health, financial well-being, and the long-term environmental health of our state and reject We Energies' proposed Oak Creek gas plant. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Was that 4 or 5 people have resumed? Does anyone remember? Yes, 4 or 5? You don't know? Okay. Take one more person here and we'll move on to Janine Hibbler. Did you want to comment? There you go. Okay, can you get
No, thank you.
no comment? All right. What about Jane Black? Comment from Jane?
Yes, I have a comment.
Oh, you do? Okay. Let's get you on the screen here. Perfect. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Name and comment, please.
My name is Janie Black. Good afternoon. I live in De Pere. I'm the Wisconsin Field Organizer for the national organization, Moms Clean Air Force. On behalf of Moms Clean Air Force, I'm here to ask the Public Service Commission to reject We Energies' request to build the new methane gas plants and related infrastructure in Oak Creek due to the harmful effects to public health and welfare. While the term natural gas has been used by the industry for years to describe gas derived from fossil fuels, its primary component is methane, a potent greenhouse gas that accelerates the warming climate. A methane gas plant could potentially expose nearby communities to harmful air pollutants, including nitrogen oxides, volatile organic compounds, and particulate matter. These pollutants can increase the risk of cancer and lead to preterm birth and low birth weight while exacerbating respiratory issues like asthma. These negative health outcomes take a toll on our quality of life and create burdensome costs for those who are affected. In addition, gas plants emit significant amounts of carbon dioxide that will continue to fuel our changing climate. According to an analysis from PSE Healthy Energy, the health harms from this proposed gas plant would drive $2.8 billion in health costs over a 30-year period. With the high-end estimates up towards $4.3 billion, the proposed Oak Creek site will produce more than 1.3 tons of greenhouse gas emissions each year in a county already overburdened with pollution. Milwaukee County received an F on the American Lung Association's State of the Air report for high ozone days. At Moms Clean Air Force, our motto is justice in every breath. And as a mother of a daughter with multiple sclerosis and a son with asthma, we know that air pollution is a very real contributing factor to my children's diseases. One of the most dangerous types of air pollution to people with MS is NOx pollution, which comes from fossil fuels from power plants. Every day, my son struggles to do the things that we take for granted, like breathing, and my daughter struggles with extreme fatigue and doing normal things like just getting out of bed and cleaning her house. And this is due to air pollution. It's estimated that there are over 500,000 children and families right here in Wisconsin that have asthma, with about 8.4% of children statewide having the condition, making it the most chronic disease in children. In Wisconsin, there is an estimated 20,000 people living with MS, with a prevalence that is considered medium to high. I'm here for our most vulnerable, our children, who deserve to have clean air. I'm here to fight for justice in every breath. We can do better for Wisconsinites. We believe our families and communities deserve the strongest protection from health-harming pollution. Thank you for your time today. Thank you for the opportunity to share my family's story with you and to fight for environmental justice for all.
I'm going to switch to the room now. All right. So on our list for the room, we have Maria Elena Calhoun, Brianna Allen Kaiser, Patrick McCullen, John Jacobs, and Senator Chris Larson, all for this this round of the in-hearing room comment. Hi now.
Hi,
Ms. Mary Ann, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, give us your name and comment.
My name is Maria Elena Calhoun. I am a retired nurse practitioner, pediatric, and I worked as a nurse for 50 years before I retired. And I'm here because of my concern for the health effects of this increase of the methane gas power plant in Oak Creek. This power plant already is going to be functioning using a lower standard of air quality that exists now because of the coal-fired power plant. The communities that will suffer in the vicinity include daycares, early childhood centers, elderly living communities, elementary schools, high schools, and people who live in the zip code where there is a fuel-fired power plant and you've heard this before because other people have mentioned it, experience 11% increases in asthma hospitalizations and absences from school. There is a 15% higher rate of hospitalization for respiratory infections. There is more COPD, more pneumonia, more asthma, and more lung infections for these, for this type of power. The methane gas that is going to be used to burn and produce energy for this power plant is going to have leaks from extraction, production, and transportation through a pipeline whose failure we can expect to happen. That's what happens to pipelines. In addition to bearing the brunt of the harm, we are asking these communities to bear the brunt of the cost of this power plant. We Energy's ratepayers are still paying for the Oak Creek $2.3 billion coal plant completed in 2011. This power plant will cost over $400 billion. Why aren't we exploring less harmful renewable sources of energy and making those union paying jobs that can support families? And why aren't we looking into producing the batteries or purchasing batteries to store this energy, to construction of solar panels, to using the land that Foxconn abandoned to build wind power, wind, solar farms? I mean, I don't understand why that failure can't be turned into something that would actually help the people of Wisconsin. And today, this is a really sad day because as we speak, President Trump is dismantling the Environmental Protection Agency, which is the agency that is supposed to address our concerns as citizens and concerns for our health and well-being. People are struggling with their grocery bills, their utility bills, their household expenses, their cost of education. Will the benefits of bringing Microsoft here be at the expense of our health? Toxic chemicals and pollutants affect developing children in the uterus and out of it. I am a neonatal nurse. For 25 years of my career, I took care of babies and infants that were affected by chemicals. Not all of them, of course, but they definitely suffered toxic effects of chemicals. We know that the Trump administration's motto is drill, baby, drill, and he's really going to be happy to be able to do that if he dismantles the EPA. Disastrous climate events are increasing in their severity and frequency. We need our public officials to fight for us. We need to find a better way. We need to find the way that's less harmful to our people. We need to put people before profits and not the other way around. So let's put the we back into we energy. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Brianna Allen Kaiser. All right, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Name and comment.
You need to go closer to. Oh, a minute.
You can
Thank you.
Can you, if you could take the phone off the cord?
Oh, this one?
No, just off the cord. You can put it.
These cords, yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Hello, my name is Brianna Kaiser. I'm a resident of Oak Creek, a mother, and a registered nurse with over 15 years of experience caring for patients, many of whom have suffered from chronic conditions like asthma, COPD, and heart disease, which are often made worse by pollution from fossil fuel plants. I'm here today to strongly oppose the proposed gas plant, storage tank, and pipeline. This project is a direct threat to our community's health and safety.
Studies show that air pollution from fossil fuels leads to higher rates of illnesses and premature death. As a nurse, I've seen the real impact this has had on families in our area. In addition to health risks, this project comes with a massive price tag over $1 billion. That cost will fall on all of us through higher utility bills. Meanwhile, renewable energy is now often cheaper than fossil fuels, and it comes without the long-term health and environmental damage. On top of that, being able to provide jobs in its creation for union workers. We should be demanding more from We Energies instead of building more fossil fuel infrastructure. They should be investing in clean, affordable, renewable energy that protects both our health and our wallets. We deserve a better, more sustainable future. I urge the PSC to put people's lives over profit and reject this proposal. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Patrick McCullen. MCULAHAN. McCullen, I think. Patrick, Boilermaker. No, did they step out? Oh, put him on. Oh, there you go. Great. So we put you over to the side, but we got you. Great.
Before you, where can I get this phone?
Oh yeah, all right. Just get you to spell your last name for the court
It's
reporter.
MCMAHON.
Owen, okay. You swear you in? Swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Do.
All right, name and comment, please.
My name is Patrick McMahon. I'm with the International Brotherhood of Boilermakers, Local 107 in Brookfield, Wisconsin. If anybody's seen a big change, I'm a third generation Boilermaker. If anybody's seen a big change in the power industry, it's the Boilermakers. And we've been there every step of the way with all new technologies, building new facilities across the state and across the country. A lot of these facilities across the state right now have built several of these RICE units and gas facilities. The Boilermakers are in favor of the new gas generation We Energies is proposing, not only for our union members, but for moving forward in the direction of sustainable and solid baseload energy and construction with the help of renewable energy. Wind and solar alone are not given a base load of energy needed as the area grows with production manufacturing industries. Natural gas and renewable energy need to complement one another as both sides keep advancing in technology. Solar energy storage improvements, pollution control advancements on fossil fuel. There have been several natural gas plants, like I said, across the state that have been built. All the utilities are doing their best at advancing their renewable energies, but it isn't enough. We don't control the wind, we don't control the sun, but we can control having sustainable power with natural gas power, whether renewable energies can or could fail us. When our garden solar lights don't last through the night, we have to wait till the next daylight to recharge, for them to recharge. When you want to recharge your electric vehicle, you plug it in. When wind isn't blowing or the sun isn't shining to power the battery storage facility everybody talks about, where are you going to plug in that storage facility? On another note, if we don't how do we draw business and manufacturing to give us job opportunities in Wisconsin if we can't provide power for them? How do we draw those big businesses and stuff so we can have our jobs and stuff if we don't have that power available to offer them when they come into the area? We want power and flip the switch on our wall. It's not magic. If we don't want any interruption or service, We Energies has done research enough to know that they're doing the right thing at the right time before that magic doesn't happen.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Okay. Thank you, sir. John Jacobs. We didn't authorize any singing at this hearing. What's going on?
I've heard it all my life.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right. Name and comment.
My name is John Jacobs, a proud 30-year member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local Union 494. I'm the business manager of our local and responsible for over 2,700 members and their families that spans across 6.5 counties of Milwaukee, Waukesha, Washington, Ozaki, Sheboygan, Fond du Lac, and the eastern portion of Dodge. We work with our partners at the Milwaukee chapter of the National Electrical Contractors Association, ensuring that we have the best trained, best educated, and diverse workforce readily available. Society wants to electrify everything to combat climate change. That transition includes their appliances, cars, heat pumps, and the demand for artificial intelligence. Some estimates predict we need to double or triple electrical capacity to reach net zero emissions by 2050. To accommodate, We Energies has created a diverse portfolio that includes solar, wind, and battery projects. With the proposed gas plant, We Energies expands its portfolio even further, ensuring we have reliable power at all times. Utilities have the difficult task of meeting supply and demand. With aging components and the demand by the consumer to electrify, capital improvements for power generation and the grid are unavoidable. As a local union, we invest in our community, and just like the consumer, we too believe in a cleaner future. With that cleaner future comes an investment by society to make the necessary improvements. Those investments will create good Wisconsin union-paying jobs for the construction of this project. How do I know? We Energies pledged to do so using Wisconsin union labor, which ensures the money earned here stays here. With continued operations here at the Oak Creek Power Plant, we will have local control over our power generation, ensuring we have reliable power at all times. We do not want to rely on an outside entity. Look, the union trades have been down this road before. When the wind towers and solar fields were proposed in Fond du Lac County, there was controversy. When they received approval, we built them. With coal generation, there's been controversy. But as technology improved, the union trades used that technology and built clean coal-fired plants right here and in Sheboygan. Now with the change from coal to natural gas generation, there's controversy. If approved, our members and contractors will once again build the Oak Creek Power Plant, this time from coal to natural gas, just like we did in Washington. So no matter what type of power generation there is, controversy follows, and the union trades have always been there to build them. Mark my words, one day we'll be back here to discuss nuclear and eventually fusion, and there will be controversy. But guess what? We will build those projects too, because that's what we do. IBW Local 494 is in full support of We Energies' request to the PSC. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Senator Chris Larson. And I'm going to warn you, you're going to take about a 10-minute break after this. Like a 1.5 hour stretch, but about a 10-minute break. We'll get back to it. We have a lot of comments to go. I just want to give our court reporter a little bit of a breather so she can keep going throughout the day today. Yes. So let me swear you in. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right. Name and comment.
Thank you. And thank you to Commissioners Naito and Commissioner Hawkins for being here, as well as staff. I am State Senator Chris Larson, representing this district as well as having been a lifelong asthmatic. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. Also, We Energies customer, and speaking not just on my own behalf, but on behalf of my neighbors across the 7th Senate District, which includes Oak Creek, South Milwaukee, Cudahy, St. Francis, and Milwaukee, and a bit of Greenfield.
Once again, We Energies is putting profits and their large industrial customers ahead of what's best for the people of Wisconsin. With that in mind, I respectfully request that the PSC reject We Energies proposals to construct a 130 megawatt methane gas facility near the existing Paris generating station and the 1100 to 1200 megawatt methane gas facility here in Oak Creek. I encourage the PSC to analyze the Oak Creek, Elm Road, and LNG projects as a new major pollution source rather than a minor modification to an existing plant. Given the clear negative impacts on health, cost, and environment, the PSC should reject We Energies' request to build new methane gas plants and related infrastructure in Oak Creek. Instead, I ask that you hold them to account for their stated commitment to build and encourage more solar and wind projects that they have stated for PR purposes. Their proposal would lock in 30 more years of financing fossil fuel infrastructure, largely for the benefit of hypothetical commercial industrial energy users who already enjoy far lower rates than our constituents. This doubling down on polluting fossil fuel energy sources is directly opposed to Governor Evers' renewable energy and carbon reduction goals. As a public servant committed to advancing equitable environmental policies, I am deeply concerned that these fossil fuels infrastructure projects undermine efforts to combat climate change and protect public health in Wisconsin. There's a growing sense of frustration that the appointed members of the PSC are not keeping Governor Tony Evers' energy promises and do not adequately value our neighbors' wishes, health, or financial well-being when deciding to allow profit-driven, privately owned utilities to expand fossil fuel facilities while increasing residential energy rates. At recent public hearings, 76% of verbal comments opposed the Paris methane gas plant, while 98% of written comments from individuals opposed it. The Oak Creek proposal looks to have similar opposition as of last week, 60 comments in opposition and 1 in support. I think it's critical that all energy projects in our state align with the public good and our critical goals of a sustainable Wisconsin. By rejecting the proposals, the PSC can ensure that We Energies will invest in renewable energy solutions that reduce carbon emissions, improve air quality, and protect the health and well-being of all Wisconsinites, particularly those forced to breathe the air nearest here. As climate change accelerates, the impacts on public health in urban communities have become more evident. Poor air quality, rising temperatures, and extreme weather events disproportionately affect children, the elderly, and low-income communities. The shift to renewable energy is not just an environmental issue, it is a public health necessity. Fossil fuel use contributes to greenhouse gas emissions, pollutes our air, and dangerously exacerbates health conditions such as asthma and cardiovascular disease. The recent Health Impact Report by Healthy Climate Wisconsin and the Union of Concerned Scientists on the proposed gas plants in Paris and Oak Creek found that the negative health impacts associated with the proposed Oak Creek gas plant would total from 92.8 million to 144.8 million annually, while the health costs from Paris gas plant would be 25.4 million to 46.7 million annually. Over the proposed decades of operation, the health and quality of life of Wisconsinites subjected to this pollution will induce hundreds of cases of premature deaths and hundreds more new cases of asthma unnecessarily. This future is as catastrophic as it is preventable. Wisconsin is woefully out of step with the rest of the country in renewable energy transition. As of last November, Wisconsin generated just 10.5% of our electricity from renewable sources, which, by the way, we have no coal, oil, or natural gas in our state. So every dollar on energy is leaving the state. This compared to the national average of 24.1% from renewable sources. Simply put, methane gas is not a bridge fuel when we already have clean alternatives. Methane extraction and combustion are hazardous to our health and environment. The transition to clean energy is not only essential for addressing climate change, but also offers significant economic opportunities. By prioritizing renewable energy, we can create jobs, lower energy costs in the long term, and strengthen Wisconsin's leadership in the growing clean energy sector. We strongly encourage you to hold We Energies accountable and ensure that their energy projects align with the state's environmental and public health needs. Thank you for your time and your dedication to Wisconsin's future and your continued efforts to make our state a cleaner, healthier place for all our neighbors.
Thank you very much. Okay, take a quick break. We'll be back at 2:50. Don't be late. We're going to start on Zoom with the next 5 people on the list.
Chance. You're doing whatever you're doing, like. I just.
Yeah.
So don't.
Yeah.
Say the next 5 people.
They're all going to be on Zoom.
Okay, but
After that, all right. So I would just ask to give you the list of the next 5 people that'll be giving comments in the room. Donald O'Donnell, Tracis Wright, Thomas Moore, and Jose L. Martin Jr. That's 5, right?
thank you.
That's 4. One more. Hang on. Steve Buffalo, something. Okay, Steve. Yes.
My name yet? Joshua Salazar. Pretty unique name.
What are you asking? I don't know.
What did they call me up yet?
Well, here are the people who didn't come. That's the only person so far I've called that didn't show up. So you're good. You're still noticed. All right. Yes, sir.
I was hoping I got a chance to speak.
I would need to mute our live stream before we go any further. So just give me a second.
The audio is not on.
Thanks. I was just telling people to quiet down in the room here because they're still being loud. So I think we're gonna get started on Zoom, but there may be some disruptions in the room with people coming in. So we may have to interrupt the Zoom people. We can't hear you properly. So let's get started with Jed Downs. Thanks for waiting. I'm gonna spotlight you.
Okay.
Just a second. I gotta do there we go. Going to there, perfect. Got you there. All right. So do you swear or affirm to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. And yeah, that's did our microphone.
All right. My name is Jed Downs. I'm a
Just a
partner.
sec. We're just working on some technical stuff here. Sorry about that. Looks like you're all good. If you can just speak a little louder, I think we are pretty much maxed out on volume here.
All right. My name is Jed.
There we go. Did I swore you in, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you swore me in.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead with your comment, please.
My name is Jed Downs. I'm a partly retired physician practicing in Fitchburg and living in the town of Cross Plains. I'm opposed to the proposed Oak Creek gas plant and its infrastructure for multiple reasons. Climate change is coming. No matter how deep we bury our heads in the sand, our only hope is to build clean energy faster than demand growth as we retire fossil fuel burning power plants. Bringing a methane burning power plant online likely locks in the burning of fossil fuels for at least an additional 35 years. Once a power plant is built and paid for, burning of methane makes some economic sense, as long as natural gas is in plentiful supply and prices remain low. The levelized cost of energy from wind and solar is lower than new methane-based electrical production, and baseload demands can likely be covered by virtual power plants and battery storage. When one factors in the cost of health care related to the production of particulates, NOx, and ozone from leaked natural gas, these attributable risk factors swing the economic needle towards renewables. Current estimates range that that the healthcare cost annually will be between $92 and $144 million. Just because the Ubermensch in Washington don't acknowledge the presence of marginalized communities, environmental sacrifice zones, that doesn't mean they don't exist. Southeast Wisconsin already has the poorest air quality in the state, and the increase in fossil fuel combustion in the region is only going to increase those inequities. Affordability of electricity is an issue. We Energies reportedly has the highest profit margins of any utility in the state. They hope to entice and support data center development as a new source of profits. That implies competitive bidding to provide low-cost energy to attract huge consumers of electricity. This leads to the question of who pays for the necessary infrastructure of building the power plants, the LNG facility, and pipelines, as well as any high voltage transmission. How do we know those costs won't be passed on to consumers? Those most affected by the pollution include many who have had the hardest time affording electricity already. What happens if data centers are overbuilt? Or if technological advancements cut the electrical needs of data centers by 50%? With the electric utility guaranteed its profits based on the amount invested, if the data center contract is discontinued, customers will get stuck footing the bill for ill-advised investment decisions, and there is no culpability for the utility or its shareholders. If legislators are privy to our input and listening to these comments, reform is needed. Data centers owning their own means of electricity production would protect consumers from consumers paying for investment decisions which don't consider them versus utility shareholder expectations. We Energies has stated that they wish to diversify their means of electrical production to justify building the Paris and Oak Creek facilities. Their mix of electrical production is roughly 1/3 coal, 1/3 methane, and 1/3 nuclear, with less than 3% coming from wind and solar. There is no true argument their mix is incapable of providing peak or base load with utilization of solar and wind as opposed to more fossil fuel consumption. Thank you for listening and considering my concerns and commentary.
All right, thank you, sir. Next up is, well, did Chandra Ellis? I think I saw you before, but then you rejoined us. Are you, did you want to make a comment?
No, no comment. Thank you.
Okay, all right, sure. Okay. Moving on next to Jennifer Blusk. Comment from you?
Mute. Sorry, can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, I can. Yeah, you wanted to comment?
Sorry, I was not prepared to comment, but thank you for asking.
Okay, so no, thanks. So we'll move on to John Imes. Let me let you. Just a second here. Yeah, he's here. All right, got you settled. I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, give us your name and comment, please.
Well, thanks, Michael. Thanks to the rest of the PSC staff, commissioners, and of course, everyone attending today. This is an important hearing, an important topic. I'm John Imes, co-founder and director of the Wisconsin Environmental Initiative, a nonprofit dedicated to advancing sustainable business practices and environmental stewardship. I also serve as an elected village president of Sherwood Hills and previously worked as a small business owner and environmental manager for Quad Graphics, one of Wisconsin's largest manufacturers. As someone who's worked at the intersection of business, policy, and sustainability for decades, I strongly urge the Public Service Commission to reject We Energy's proposal to expand methane gas infrastructure in Oak Creek and Paris. This plan is an expensive, outdated approach that will burden Wisconsin ratepayers, stifle clean energy innovation, and make our state less competitive for business investment. What Wisconsin really needs is a smarter energy future, not more fossil fuels. At a time when renewable energy, battery storage, and energy efficiency are proving to be more cost-effective and reliable, doubling down on gas is a mistake Wisconsin simply cannot afford. We Energy's proposed expansion will lock in billions of dollars in fossil fuel infrastructure, just as clean energy alternatives are rapidly advancing. This is a risky economic gamble that shifts costs to customers while delivering massive profits to shareholders for We Energies. We Energy claims these plants are needed to meet rising electricity demand, especially from data centers. But advancements in AI-driven efficiency and on-site energy management are reducing the energy intensity of these facilities. If Wisconsin commits billions to new gas plants, just as energy demand patterns shift, ratepayers will be left holding the bag, stuck paying for stranded assets long after they become obsolete. Moreover, gas expansion could threaten Wisconsin's economy and business growth. Wisconsin's business community is increasingly demanding clean energy solutions, not more fossil fuel dependency. Major corporations like Microsoft, Google, and Meta have committed to running on carbon-free energy by 2030. We Energy's insistence on expanding gas generation directly contradicts these corporate sustainability goals, making Wisconsin a less attractive place for business investment and job creation. The economic case for clean energy is clear. States that embrace renewables and battery storage are lowering electricity costs, creating jobs, including good union jobs, and attracting new industries. Meanwhile, utilities that double down on fossil fuels are exposing ratepayers to volatile gas prices and regulatory uncertainty. Why would Wisconsin choose the losing side of this equation? Clean energy and storage can replace gas reliably. The argument that gas is needed for reliability is outdated and misleading. Across the US, as was mentioned earlier, states like Texas, California, and even Alaska are rapidly deploying battery storage to replace gas-fired peaker plants. Battery costs have plummeted 90% in the last decade, making storage a more flexible, cost-effective alternative to fossil fuels. Instead of investing in more gas plants, Wisconsin should modernize existing power plants into clean energy hubs, incorporating solar, wind, and battery storage at existing sites. This approach would maintain reliability while transitioning the grid to a more resilient, lower-cost future. In short, the Commission should reject We Energy's gas expansion and choose a smarter path forward. Wisconsin has a historic opportunity to lead the Midwest in clean energy innovation, but We Energy's gas expansion plan takes us in the wrong direction. Instead of locking in high energy costs, including infrastructure, we should be expanding battery storage to reduce peak demand and replace gas-fired power plants. Modernizing our grid to integrate more renewables and support energy efficiency programs. Developing incentive programs for large energy users to reduce demand rather than overbuilding fossil fuel infrastructure. And we should be supporting businesses that want clean energy solutions, ensuring Wisconsin remains competitive for corporate investment and economic growth. We Energy's gas expansion is a step backward for Wisconsin's economy, energy future, and business climate. The Public Service Commission must reject this proposal and demand a smarter, more affordable energy plan that prioritizes innovation over outdated fossil fuel dependency. Thank you very much for this opportunity, for your time and your consideration.
Okay, thanks very much. We're going to move on to Reverend Dr. Timothy Perkins. Did you want to comment?
Yes.
All right, just going to adjust the screen here a bit. Bear with me. Okay, all right. This is going to work. All right. Yeah, you got your hand raised. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Perfect. All right, go ahead with your name and comment.
Tim Perkins. And I want to thank the Public Service Commission for the opportunity to testify in opposition to the construction of the proposed Oak Creek and Paris gas plants. I'm here as a Milwaukee resident and We Energy's customer, and as a representative of the Sherman Park Eco Neighborhood Team, a member of the Sherman Park Community Association on the north side of Milwaukee, and as a member of the United Church of Christ, to register my concerns about the development of the proposed Oak Creek methane plant and its impact on the climate, on health, as has been stated a number of times, and on the increased energy burden on consumers who can ill afford rate increases. I also bring concern about We Energy's commitment to clean energy development, lack of substantial support for home and building owners to improve energy efficiency, especially in older and financially insecure neighborhoods like many in Milwaukee, and with deep concern related to multi-million-dollar salaries and incentives given to We Energy's executives, while some customers fear that their utilities will be cut off as we approach the warmer months and the end of the moratorium period. I therefore urge the Public Service Commission to hold We Energies accountable and to require that they move expeditiously toward greater reliance on clean energy and the development of green jobs, while encouraging customers to move to become more energy efficient through weatherization and insulation, the installation of electric heat pumps and solar installations when possible, while providing greater financial support than presently offered through Focus on Energy. In that effort, I also implore the Public Service Commission and the We Energy Board of Directors to review and move toward reducing the exorbitant salaries of their executives who work for our so-called public utility. And we want to remind them of the We Energy's mandate to provide energy for their customers first and not the pursuit of profits at the expense of those customers. I therefore speak in opposition to the construction of the Oak Creek Power Plant and urge the Public Service Commission to work with We Energies, businesses, including the new data and distribution centers that have been mentioned, along with environmental and neighborhood groups, and most importantly, with We Energies customers, to come up with a cleaner and more efficient way of meeting the energy needs of our communities while also reducing our energy needs and our energy bills. Thank you for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have S. McCoy. Did you want to comment? I'll move on to Walnut Way Conservation Corp. Just curious if you're listening in or if you have someone there who's commenting today? I know you are a member, a party of at least one of the cases here. We're hearing from you. How about the phone number ending in 090? We can take your comment now. You'll need to unmute by pushing *6. Usually it takes a minute or two to do that. *6. Oh, no. Okay.
Hello? Hello, can you
Yes,
hear
I
me?
see you're on the phone. Yeah, I see you're talking now. Yeah, can I get your name,
Great.
please? Did you wish to comment?
My name is Will Friedrich, and I do wish to submit a comment.
Okay, great. So first of all, if you could just spell your last name for us, please.
Friedrich is spelled Friedrich.
All right, so I'm going to swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or
All right,
affirm?
I'm
Tell the
raising it.
truth? Okay, good, good. Do you swear or affirm tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right, go ahead with your comment.
Okay, I'm calling in today to express my opposition to the Wisconsin Electric Power Company's applications for docket number 6630CG140 and 6630 6630CE317.
Okay, so before you go on, wait, hang on, just before you go on, if you could just hold your phone still, we're getting some interference. Something's hitting the microphone.
Okay, sorry.
Just settle in first and then go ahead.
Okay, I'm using headphones, so I'll just switch it really quick.
Okay, yeah, why don't you do that?
Is that better?
We'll
Okay.
see. Okay, keep going.
So just some background. I am a UW-Madison educated chemical engineer in practice in the manufacturing currently. I'm someone who grew up in Milwaukee and lives in Madison currently. I'm 23 years old, and my life so far has been one of education about the currently real impacts of climate change and the societal choices that it will take for us to solve this issue. My personal work in the employment sector as a manufacturer, someone working in manufacturing, is trying to decarbonize our industry. I have my company that I work for has a decarbonization goal to get to 50% reduction in our carbon emissions by 2030 and 90% by 2040. Projects like these and liquid natural gas and the natural gas generation facilities are completely taking the grid electricity emissions of this state and the surrounding communities that rely on it out in the wrong direction. It will be impossible for companies like the one that I work for and manufacturers who want to decarbonize to actually do so via electrification if the power generation associated with that electricity is powered by natural gas. It is also an affront to the work that so many around our state are trying to desperately perform if the Public Service Commission were to approve this project. Currently, this project is estimated to produce 1.3327 million tons a year of carbon emissions. My company has to factor in our carbon costs in order to execute any new project that is capital intensive, and so that we can progress towards our net zero goals. We currently use a carbon price of $200 a ton in order to evaluate projects. If that type of carbon price were applied to this Oak Creek generation facility, that would be $266 million a year in operational costs that this generation project fails to actually internalize and instead is putting on the others, if that's considered a fair carbon price. The Public Service Commission is also failing to uphold its own internal consistency if it were to uphold this project. Currently, the Public Service Commission has an MRETS, a Midwest Renewable Energy Tracking System, that aims to incentivize and allow for carbon emissions to occur on a statewide scale. But approval of a facility like this has no plan in order to reduce the emissions from the natural gas that it burns. For example, if it were to, for some imaginary and very unlikely scenario, attempt to procure the natural gas that it burns through renewable resources, such as via biomass or anaerobic digesters from wastewater treatment facilities, it would infer a carbon cost of $353 a ton, which could, again, similarly result in a $470 million a year operational cost to the facility. I ask Wisconsin Electric Power Company and the Public Service Commission, are you internalizing these costs? Because as we've heard throughout all the testimonies that we've heard today, the costs will be internalized, even if it's not for the companies that are financing this project and for the investors in Wisconsin Electric Power Company. So I urge for not only for business competitiveness, but for the future generations and the confidence of engineers like myself who are trying every day to decarbonize industry in this state, put your money where your mouth is and reject this project and invest in solar and renewable energies that can be supported by baseload battery storage facilities, which can meet the baseload demand of the grid. Again, I echo that we are behind in our project, in our goals to get to renewable energy targets that the state has set, and other states are beating us. Are the young people of this state, especially those like myself, who want to be working in sustainable industries and who want to make a positive impact on their communities, incentivized to do so? When you approve a facility like this, it sends the wrong signal at the wrong time, that you don't value our futures, that you don't value the public health, and that you care about profit above all else, above a livable climate for people like me who want to grow old. Reject this facility. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So let's move on to people in the room. And I don't have to adjust the screen right now. So we had the 5 people I announced. People were on their way out, but I did announce these names. So hopefully they've come back to speak at the top of the session here. Donald Olgani, he's coming up here. All right, then we have Travis Wright. My tongue just Thomas Moore, Jose L. Martin Jr. And there's one more for 5. Steve Buffalo. Okay, didn't see the O there very well. Okay, excellent. So you're on deck. And we're gonna move on to, so Amy, I'm gonna lower your hand. We're taking people in the room now, and we'll have you up for the next round of people in the Zoom session. So we'll have 5 people in the room, and then we'll move back to Zoom. All right, so Donald, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead.
All right, my name is Donald Donnie. I'm a member of IBW Local 494, part of the Milwaukee Building Trades. I think one thing we can all agree in this room, everybody, is that there are people and organizations in power right now that are actively, and in many cases successfully, undermining efforts of renewable energy. They already have a couple of wins under their belt. They want it gone forever. These people and organizations are the mortal enemy of renewable energies. They would also like nothing more than to keep us reliant on coal and oil forever. Are the building trades interested in building this gas conversion? Yes. But I promise you this, the building trades are also interested in building renewables. As a matter of fact, we are, and we'd like to build them faster and more of them. We are actively pursuing work. As a matter of fact, we're competing all the building trades on who's going to build the renewables. We love doing it. But as you've heard many times, renewables alone right now cannot sustain the demands of the public. So, not yet anyway. So right now, renewables and traditional resources must coexist. The building trades will continue to promote and build renewables until today when it is the only sources we are building, and we will continue to build them. Until that day, we must maintain and upgrade current infrastructure to meet the needs of society. Today is one of these times we have the opportunity to improve the current infrastructure responsible for powering Southeast Wisconsin. LNG will increase the efficiency over the current coal resources being used. So if the enemies of the renewables win and renewables are eliminated forever, it's, in my opinion, this is a strong possibility. We do not want to see this, but as an option, we can put the proper infrastructure in place now to combat that. Furthermore, the building trades are in favor of moving forward with all energy sources to meet the needs of the public. And when these needs are met, we will be there to make the next improvements going forward. So, speaking for myself, I am in favor of the conversion project.
All right, thanks very much. Teresa. If time was a charm.
Yeah, we get a chance to do this again.
Yes. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead. Name and comment.
Traces Wright, resident of Lindsay Heights, zip code 53205. I kind of want to start here. I'm opposed to the building of the gas plant, so I want to get that off the table. But what I am for is for some good union jobs to be with for residents to get some of those good union jobs in 53205 and 53206. I'm for some of those good union people to come to North Division and work with some of the students to get some of those good union jobs. Because typically what we hear is good sustaining jobs, but if you look at the room, there's very few people that live in 53205 or 53206. Those good union jobs are outside the city. They're not in my neighborhood. And so typically what happens is that our kids get sent to a correctional institution because they don't get an opportunity. Fortunately for me, I have a son that just finished his apprenticeship and he's a journeyman plumber. And it comes in handy because when something is going wrong, his mom calls him and he comes over and he straightens it out and fix it. So that is very helpful. The only tragedy is that there is a lot of young men, and there was a guy on TV today on Channel News that killed a little girl. And that young man, I knew when he was 10, but I didn't have a way to work with that family to get him into something positive. And so the consequences that we bear in 53205 and 206 is the negative behavior from our people getting locked out of those good union jobs. And so I want to direct some of the comments to the Public Service Commission. So I've traveled to Union Grove to speak on behalf of the residents of Lindsay Heights. I'm here in Oak Creek speaking on behalf of the residents in Lindsay Heights. What you have is you have an older population. They bought their homes 50 some years ago with the idea that they would be there, and now they're getting priced out of their homes. High taxes and high energy costs, and there's no relief. And so I would like the Public Service Commission to come to North Division, have a listening session where residents could come out, walk, easily get over here, not have to get on a bus from 53205 to drive over to Oak Creek to talk to you all. And I think that if you're going to approve the plant for We Energies, I would request that you all direct We Energies to have the union produce a list of people who are going to be working on those jobs that live in my community. And just for a historical reference, we grew up with redlining. And for those that don't know what redlining means, is that insurance company drew a red line around our neighborhood and charged us greater rates than they did to people outside the red line. So now what we're saying is that, so when I hear the current situation where the current administration said they want to take this country back, I'm asking how far? Are we going back to 1849? Are we going back to 1930? Or are we going back? Because, you know, Reagan was around when Harriet Tubman was here. So they passed. So I'm making those references because when a guy says he's been in the union for 30 years, there were people that tried to get union jobs and was mistreated by the union. I go back to Lyle Ballesteri when he was running the union, and he was over it. And so what I'm looking for and what I'm for is I'm for clean energy. I want to work with We Energies to cut the trees down that are by their lines so that we don't want trees falling on lines, disrupting the service. We're for that. We also are for having the Public Service Commission come in and say, okay, if you guys are going to build a $2 million plant and you're speculating, why don't we get some data on what it would cost or what would happen to a neighborhood like mine if everybody in our neighborhood was powered with solar panels and a battery system? And then let's study the effects of that, because we know the negative effects that's going on in our neighborhood. What would happen if We Energies partnered with us via the Public Service Commission to say, let's create a solution area in Lindsay Heights? The people that came out here from Lindsay Heights, they're active, they're advocates. And I also want to take this, since I'm able to make a public comment, and I want to say to Zilber, which is the funder of Walnut Way, that coming out, resident engagement looks like us coming out here talking about issues that are affecting us. And so my comments, what I want is I want some good union jobs in 53206. I like to have a Public Service Commission to direct We Energies, to have an audit to look at how our people have been affected or not been able to get those public jobs. I would like to have the Public Service Commission come to North Division and have a hearing so residents don't have to have the burden of driving all the way to Oak Creek to talk to you all. I would also like you all to consider our neighborhood. We are driven by solutions. We want to solve problems so everybody can live, and seniors don't get priced out of their homes. And we've heard all of the medical things, but how do we solve those solutions? And what does those solutions look like? And people do have to play a part in coming up with the solutions. So it's not just on somebody helping us. We're willing to help ourselves, but we need to be given the opportunity. Thank you for the time. Hopefully we'll do this again.
All right. Thanks so much. All right, next is Thomas Moore. Yeah.
N-O-O-R-E.
Thanks.
I want to talk to the guy with the yellow hat too.
Okay. So, yeah, there you go. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, go ahead. Name and comment.
If the gentleman with the yellow hat, before he leave, I want to give you my business card. Don't leave now. Don't leave.
Stay here. Yeah, there you go.
My name is Thomas Moore. I'm a union representative for operating engineers. I grew up in the 53206 zip code. One thing I do agree, we need to get more people of color in construction. But guess what? Since I've been in there, construction don't discriminate. You just got to be ready to do the work. I done got maybe, since I've been in this position, 10 to 20 people in trades. Either it was a carpentry, even if it was labor, even if it's the operating engineer. So there are opportunities for people to work. But I'm gonna get back on the energy. I'm in favor for it. Like I said, it doesn't discriminate. I think sometimes as humans, we take infrastructure for granted. Give you a good example. I ain't gonna say an argument, but I had a discussion with my 13-year-old daughter. And I would tell her I was coming to here to talk about why I support it. And she was like, why can't we do solar? I said, we can do solar, but we're not there yet. Technology is not there yet. One thing we got to understand, there will always be a financial that a regular person will have to pay. If it's solar panels, if We Energy agreed to do solar panels on every house in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, we're going to have to pay some out of that. We Energy ain't paying for all that. And we got to understand that. The next thing, we be in a town hall talking about the roof. I don't want a solar panel on my roof. There's not a lot of yards that you can put solar panels in the city of Milwaukee. So we got to look at infrastructure with a common sense goal. Do we want it to get to zero carbon? Yes, but we're not there yet. And with all these jobs that's come to southeastern Wisconsin, which will employ a lot of people, we got to supply the energy. If we think of this, like I said, with some common sense, I understand the bills are high. When I grew up, we only had 2 TVs, one in my parents' room and one in the family room. Now, every household probably got 4 or 5 TVs, a laptop for each room. Your kid got a tablet, and every kid got a phone in the house. Sometimes we don't think about infrastructure or what we use to burn energy. It's out of sight, out of mind. And I try to, like I said, tell this to my daughter. This room alone, we don't think about the infrastructure. Who did it? Who did the floor? Who did the electricity? Who did the painting? It's a given. As humans, we think it's a luxury, not a luxury, but we got to have it. So I think if we go with a common sense approach, and I think Green Energy is building solar panels and wind farms, they're doing it all over Wisconsin. Our members are doing the work. But I don't think we're there yet to be in communities and build all these solar powers there, because there will be a financial impact that residents will have to pay. And we got to understand that. If the city if you live in city housing, think about it. The state might get a grant from the federal, might get a federal grant for the solar panels. But if you own property, I mean, if I got 3 houses, I'm gonna have to pay for solar panels on every house. Green Energies might pay some, but I'm gonna have to pay something. We don't think about that. Also, I guess that's it. That's it. I just want y'all to have more of a common sense approach for infrastructure. We take it for granted. And I think with everything that's going on, like I said, I went outside half my life when I was little. I didn't have this. I didn't have a tablet. My mama made me go outside. Now all these kids in the house, and this is what they do. Like I said, I gotta tell my daughter, either choose the TV or the tablet. You can't have both. Because most kids try to watch both at the same time. So, and like I said, the gentleman, I hope people get in the trades all the time. And I can tell you this, construction don't discriminate. We want people that work hard. Thank you.
All right. Good luck with your daughter.
Yes.
All right, Jose L. Martin Jr. You there? Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. All right, name and comment, please.
My name is Jose Luis Martin Jr. Book number 1372365, proud member of Iron Workers Local 8. I am in favor of this because of the job opportunities that will be presented. Like the gentleman before, I grew up in the south side of Milwaukee. 53204 is my area code, and these jobs are a necessity. You know, they're needed. Like Tommy said before, do we want clean energy? Yes. Are we at that point? No. Everything's a step, you know. I don't see a lot of bikes outside. You know, I don't see a lot of people that walked here. Everybody drove a car that has emissions. Those are all things that people don't see. Like Tommy said, everybody has cell phones. You need to power your cell phone somehow. Laptops, everybody wants information. Where are you going to get that information? This is the data centers that are coming in. And if we want to bring in more data centers, we need to show them that we can provide the power for them. That's pretty much my comment. I am in favor, and thank you for your time.
All right, thanks very much. Okay, Steve Buffalo. All right, do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Just spell your last name for us.
Buffalo, Buffalo, just like the animal.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Steve Buffalo. I am a member of the Operating Engineers Local 139, and I do live in southeast Wisconsin. Thank you for letting me speak today in favor of the Oak Creek Power Plant project. As Wisconsin transitions away from coal power plants, we need natural gas during high demand times. With the growing energy demands along the I-94 corridor, building this plant will help Wisconsin maintain control over its energy infrastructure and provide the reliability needed to meet that growth. Many of those who object to the Oak Creek project seek to stop any energy infrastructure that does not come from 100% renewable source, without regard for the impact of such a position on the people and businesses that need access to reliable electricity, and without regard for the reality of the state of renewable energy technology. This plant will provide reliable energy during peak times when renewable sources like wind and solar may be unavailable. It helps keep our electric grid stable and utility bills affordable for everyone. Operating engineers are the people that build infrastructure projects like the Oak Creek Power Plant. WEPCO and trade unions have a long history of building Wisconsin's critical energy infrastructure, and WEPCO has committed to using local union labor for the Oak Creek project to the greatest extent possible. The project will create as many as 800 construction-related jobs over a multi-year construction schedule, generating millions of dollars in economic impact to the community. Big projects like the Oak Creek Natural Gas Plant are very important for union workers like me. They provide long-term stable work with good pay and benefits. This project also means we can work close to home. Many times our members must drive hours away to find work. When we can work near home, we spend more time with our loved ones and contribute to our local communities. Let me be clear, I support not only the Oak Creek project, but renewable energy projects too. I hunt, fish, camp, hike, and I believe we need to protect our environment. I want Wisconsin to have clean power, good jobs. Projects like this help us do both. They give us all the chance to be part of a building Wisconsin's future. Thank you so much for your time.
Great, thank you. Okay, that was our 5 from the room. We're gonna switch back to Zoom. I'm gonna announce the people in the room who are up next after we do our Zoom 5. I don't know if there are gonna be 5, but we'll see. So after Zoom, we're gonna switch back here. We'll have Mike Irvin, Nicholas Campbell, Nick Donofrio, Thomas Toothant, and that's 4. What was the last one? Don Brunner. You guys will be up next after Zoom. So for Zoom, switch over to Amy Kalkbrenner. You wanted to comment, I believe. Just need to unmute and get your camera on.
Hello.
There we go. Hi, see you there. All right, let me swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, great. So if you could state your name, just spell your last name and go ahead with your comment.
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. Thank you to the Public Service Commission for taking my comments. So my name is Dr. Amy Kalkbrenner, Kalkb as in Bravo, Renner. Coming at you from Wisconsin, beautiful Wisconsin here. I am a professor of public health at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. And I am not here in my role as an employee. I am here as a citizen. I am here asking that the PSC deny the Oak Creek gas plant proposal. I haven't been on this call for very long, but I have been listening, and I've heard a lot of this framed around clean power. I have really listened to those that are speaking for union jobs. And I want to shed some light on something that I haven't heard come up before, which is in my role as a health professional. So I'm a professor and a researcher. I study air pollution and human health. This means that on a daily basis, my job is doing research, linking up measured air pollution exposures and what's going on with human beings. I especially study the early phase of life, pregnancy, and childhood. I have numerous peer-reviewed publications on the health harms of air pollution. I've worked for the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee for 14 years. Most of my work covers how low levels of pollutants can harm developing humans. This means perhaps an increase in low birth weight, an increase in preterm birth, increases in developmental problems, things like autism and ADHD. And when I teach my students about air pollution, I teach them something very simple as a way of remembering the health harms of air pollution, which is when you burn things, you have health harming air pollutants. And so this includes, unfortunately, this includes methane gas. No one is arguing that methane might be an improvement over coal, but unfortunately, methane itself brings health harms. And so as a health professional, as someone who lives in Wisconsin and works in Milwaukee, it's very discouraging to hear an investment in a plant like this. But it's especially discouraging that this is being sort of framed as sort of concerned citizens versus union workers. I feel that this is a false framing. I don't believe that a community would knowingly invest in something that will harm the health of themselves, their neighbors, their children. We have to realize that we have the know-how and the technology to find ways to give people union jobs to build a better type of power plant. There's really no question this actually exists. But again, unfortunately, I'm seeing this framing where we've pit workers against concerned citizens. But I don't see that as being the real issue here. The real issue here is we energies wanting to make quick money, using sort of this framework that somehow allows them to invest so much money into this methane gas plant. So to be clear, I oppose this plant because I study it myself, and I know a lot of the other literature that shows that this is just going to harm human health. And I can't imagine that we'd want that. So thank you for taking my comments.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, we'll move on to Hazel, person who has joined us with the name Hazel. If you'd like to comment, please unmute, turn on your screen. Second here. Okay, Hazel. So it doesn't look like we have Hazel. So let's move down to Thomas Fredkowski. Have you next? Thomas, did you wish to comment? No, no, he's still there. Thomas, you need to unmute and turn on your screen if you can.
I already testified in person.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, just checking to make sure. I cannot write public comment. I have to write PSC instead. I don't know why. I think that's all the people here on the list. So let's move back to our in-person. So I'd already given you people on deck, Mike Irvin. And then Nicholas, Nick, Brian, and Don. Shouldn't use the microphone, so certain. All right, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, name and comment.
So my name is Michael Irvin. I am the organizing director for the Operating Engineers, Local 139. I've been a union member for almost 28 years now. And for the last 12 years, I've been working for the union as an organizer and then the organizing director. My father was in the union when I was younger, so I was fortunate enough to have the good health care that a union gives. And then as I grew older, I got into the union myself and then was able to do the same for my family. As an organizer, being able to help others get into union has been big for me. One of the stories that I had was back in 2016, I got a union member or a member into the union whose daughter had 50 seizures a day. I informed him of the great healthcare that we had. He took that and went with it and used it. I talked to him. I kept in touch with him during the process. Things were getting better for his daughter. We both kind of moved on and went about our business. I talked to him about a year and a half ago and to ask him how his daughter has been doing. And he said she hasn't had a seizure in 4 years. It's stories like that that makes me proud to be a union member and a union organizer. It's just something that these people need to work. When they talk about the skilled trades that WEC will bring to us, we train hard. Our union spends $12 million a year training our people. And that's the our own money that we spend and invest. It doesn't come from the communities or anywhere else. Environmental improvements like the Oak Creek Power Plant will significantly reduce emissions compared to the retiring coal plant by 73%. WEC Energy Group has a strong safety track record with a focus on target zero harm, zero injuries, and continuous improvement in safety performance. When the individuals that talked earlier about trying to get people in from certain zip codes, every union has a mission. I think I love our mission the best. I think it is the best. And the operating engineer's mission is to organize everyone within our jurisdiction without regard for color, race, creed, natural origin, sex, or religion. So you could see there that when you get into the unions, it's pure equality. I believe that the unions are the purest form of equality. And if there's any individuals, man or woman, that wants to get in, they have those opportunities. So again, I support this bill for the fact of the people that can get the work to continue to take care of their families. And I appreciate your time.
All right, thanks very much. Nicholas Campbell. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Name and comment.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Campbell. I'm a proud 17-year member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local Union 494. I am the Assistant Business Manager of our local and represent over 2,700 members and their families that span across 6.5 counties of Milwaukee, Waukesha, Washington, Ozaukee, and Sheboygan, Fond du Lac, and the eastern portion of Dodge County. We work with our partners at the National Electrical Contractors Association, ensuring that we have the best trained, best educated, and diverse electrical workforce readily available. We Energies understands the importance of using Wisconsin union labor that is paid fair wages and benefits, which in turn benefits the Wisconsin economy. Like all major utilities in the state, We Energies continues to invest in clean and low carbon energy. These projects are reducing emissions, keeping energy costs affordable, and employing union members and family supporting jobs. Our members have already played a significant role in building Wisconsin's renewable energy infrastructure. We take immense pride in our work and in building infrastructure that supports Wisconsin's future. But we also know that a one-size-fits-all approach will not work. We know firsthand that the sun doesn't always shine and the wind doesn't always blow. We need power sources that can step in to make sure homes and businesses have the energy they need every hour of every day of every season. That is why we need to build the natural gas power plants that We Energies is proposing. These plants will ensure that we have diversified electrical generation when renewable energy can't get the job done. Having reliable energy is critical for us to continue to have a strong economic growth in Southeast Wisconsin. As technology in our lives continues to evolve, we will continue to need more energy to power it. This project will have a direct impact on the union workers who will build these plants, support their families, and reinvest their earnings back into their communities. For these reasons, our members and I support We Energies' proposed natural gas power plants. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Nick D'Onofrio.
That's pretty close.
Yeah. How many times have I messed this up? Have I seen you before?
I've only been here twice.
Yeah, I've never enough practice. You gotta come back. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
State your name, color correctly, and give us your comment.
Last name is D'Onofrio. I've been for the record, I've been a resident of Metro Milwaukee area. I can't believe it's this long. I know my youthful good looks won't, but it's 42 years now I've been here. Proud Wisconsin resident. And I was prepared to talk a little bit about some of the points regarding the health effects and you know, the environmental effects, but you guys have all heard all that. I'm not going to go through it again. For the record, I do agree with all the statements made by previous people on that, on those subjects. And I do also want to go on record as being officially opposed to these projects. But I'd like to just bring to the attention of the Public Service Commission and the members of the audience about something that hasn't been touched on yet. It was bugging me as I was getting ready to put something together to talk here today. It was bothering me that I didn't really understand why Wisconsin's not moving faster towards truly clean, renewable energy sources. And I wonder, where can I get information about that? So fooling around on the internet, searching like everybody else does. I also have an old college, now retired buddy that worked for many, many years in the energy industry. And he turned me on to a website, and I want to tell all you guys about this website too. It's called the U.S. Energy Information Administration. And anybody can go to this website. The statistics I'm going to tell you in a minute are all available on this website. I'm not making this stuff up. It's EIA.gov. All right. Now, if you go there, they don't have statistics available for the entire year of 2024 yet. Those aren't posted. So what I'm giving you now is data from 23. So bear that in mind. But having said that, I was able to compare Wisconsin's energy profile. When I say profile, the percentage of where electrical energy is coming from in the state of Wisconsin compared to our neighboring states. And so I included in my analysis, Minnesota, Iowa, Michigan, and Illinois. Okay, so I'm not comparing Arizona. I'm not comparing North Carolina. These are states that should receive, I would think, the same kind of sunshine, same kind of wind that we get here within a reasonable approximation. Okay, so bear that assumption in mind. So in that year, 2023, with a combination of coal and natural gas, so fossil fuel generation, Wisconsin generated 75% of its electricity from those two sources in the year of 23. That was the most of any of the other states that I mentioned in our area here in the upper Midwest. I went further and looked, okay, so what are some of these other states doing? In 23, Minnesota generated 25% of its electricity from wind power. Solar power in general, in our part in the upper Midwest, you'll see the solar power numbers are pretty small. They're single digit numbers, like 3%, 5%. We're not getting a lot of energy here in the upper Midwest yet from solar power, but we have a lot of wind, evidently. So 25% Minnesota. I was floored when I found out what Iowa did in 23. They got 59, yes, I said 59% of their electricity in 2023, according to this website, was generated from wind power in Iowa. Now, in that same year, I took a look at Wisconsin and how much in 23 we generated from wind power, and I wanted to cry. 3%. 3% in 2023. I guess I'd like to know, I understand that We Energies, you go to their website and they talk about these proposals, now this gas plant, as being a bridge, because we're really not there yet with the renewables. I understand that, but I'd like to know, how long do they think this bridge is that they're working on? Are they trying to build a Golden Gate Bridge? Or is it a bridge across the Milwaukee River? I mean, just when they say they're building a bridge, what is it? And why can't we in Wisconsin have a greater sense of urgency to move in the direction that states like Minnesota and Iowa are already doing? It's not a pipe dream, folks. They were doing it in 23. I assumed they did it in 24. I don't think they took a step backwards. You know, so I guess what I would like to appeal to the Public Service Commission as you're reviewing this proposal and to all the union folks here who spoke. It's like, maybe we could, you know, put this current proposal in the garbage, start all over again. Maybe we still could use a smaller gas-powered bridge to kind of get us over to more renewables. Maybe it doesn't have to be as costly, you know, maybe it doesn't have to be as harmful, but can we please step on the gas pedal, not the natural gas pedal, step on the gas pedal, please. And can we push ourselves further, faster, like our states next to us have been doing with wind power? I don't understand why they are so far ahead of us and we're so far behind. You know, and I gotta believe there's union jobs. You guys have said that you don't mind working on those projects. I was really glad to hear that. We gotta get people working on the right projects, and we gotta push our state representatives to push this state faster forward. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thanks, Trevor. All right, you guys. Brian Tudant, Toutant. It's coming up. All right, and then Don Brunner. We're also gonna have people on deck after these guys: Sarah Street, Maria Beltran, and Ramona Curry. Okay, thanks. Patrice Grainsberg. All right, Brian, you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Name and comment, please.
Brian Tuton, and thank you for allowing me to speak here today. So as I said, my name is Brian. I'm a business representative, financial secretary treasurer for Steamfitters Local 601. I represent over 3,000 steam fitters across 14 counties in southern Wisconsin, which, by the way, are all ratepayers. I would like again, thank you guys for allowing me to speak today. So as a union member who's worked in the pipe fitting industry for over 34 years, building and working on the infrastructure that keeps Wisconsin running, I know from my work the importance of safe, reliable power in our home, schools, factories, and of course, the businesses that decide to, you know, relocate here and do business here. So that is the main reason why I'm supporting this project. Projects like the Oak Creek Natural Gas Power Plant, the LNG storage facility, and the 30-mile pipeline, which all my members could potentially be working on, are very important for union members like me. They provide long-term, stable work with good pay and benefits. And again, at peak construction, as we've heard before, you know, this could potentially employ up to 800 construction workers through the project. I just want to say I was directly involved in these types of meetings not too many years ago with We Energies when they were looking for permission or granted permission to build the LNG facilities in Bluff Creek and out at Exonia. And there was a lot of the same concerns by people in the community and people at that time were worried about, you know, how natural gas prices were going to be affected. But quite truthfully, We Energies takes a very responsible role in their natural gas pricing, right? The LNG facilities that they built, that was to stabilize the prices. So we didn't see these wild fluctuations like they see in other states. I think that's a very responsible pathway for We Energies to take with their infrastructure. You know, as Wisconsin transitions away from coal, because that's where we've been moving, at one time coal was not wanted. We wanted natural gas in our power plants here. So we're moving in that direction, right? That's the argument we made not too many years ago. You know, we needed natural gas during high demand times. You know, this shift needs to work for everybody. I get it. Wind farms and solar farms are great, but 3,000 of my members will never work on a wind farm or a solar farm, ever. There's no pipe on a wind farm. There's no pipe installed on a solar farm. So again, those 3,000 people also pay their utility bills here in the state of Wisconsin. With the growing energy demands, building this plant will help Wisconsin maintain its energy infrastructure and provide reliable, needed energy to meet that growth. This plant will provide reliable energy during peak times when renewable sources like wind and solar may be unavailable. It helps keep our electric grid stable and utility bills
affordable for everyone. Reliable power built by local workers also helps keep businesses in Wisconsin and attracts new ones. I want Wisconsin to have clean energy power and good jobs. In fact, I moved out of the city. I live in, my primary residence is in northern Wisconsin. I live back in the woods, not too many people around me, but the wildlife, right? I love living in Wisconsin. I love living in the northern part of Wisconsin, and I certainly would never want to see anything change that. That's why I live where I do. But I also understand that we also have to have energy. We also have to have infrastructure. We also need electricity. I've been out of power twice in the last 2.5 weeks because of snowstorms in northern Wisconsin. And I will tell you, We Energies, who also owns WPS, where I get my power from, is Johnny on the spot when it comes to putting that power back on. People in northern Wisconsin don't spend much time without power when, you know, storms like the last couple have come through. So I really respect the work that We Energies and companies like WPS do. People forget about that till they're sitting in the dark. So again, you know, this gives us all a chance to be part of building Wisconsin's future. So just to close here, steam fitters have been part of We Energies' commitment to providing efficient, reliable, and cost-effective energy to southern Wisconsin since the 1950s, since Oak Creek was originally built. So on behalf of over 3,000 members of Steam Fitters Local 601, I stand here in support of moving this project forward. Thank you.
Thanks. Don Brunner. Ian, do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, name and comment.
My name is Don Brunner. I work for Plumbers Local 75. I'm a business agent for them. And although there's not a whole lot of plumbing in a power plant or some of these other projects we're talking about, for our members and my community and me myself, what's important is the work that comes with having a reliable power. I appreciate our engineers, I appreciate our electricians and our fitters doing all these work on the power plants, and love to join as much as we can in the parts that are ours. But for me, it's all about having reliable power. I'm absolutely for converting the Oak Creek plant to gas, and I think it's the right thing to do, because that does give us a path towards reliable and affordable, a reliable and affordable bridge fuel to get us to the next generation of carbon neutral fuel sources. I agree with Mr. Jacobs that there's some things coming on the horizon that we're not even really touching the surface of right now that are going to be life-changing for the next generations coming up. And although I do appreciate renewable resources like solar and wind, they do come with some of their own problems too. And in the meantime, we need to do something that is gonna move the ball forward, I feel. So converting to gas may not be a perfect solution, but it will drastically reduce carbon dioxide, nitrogen oxides, and particulate matter over the current coal-fired plant. You know, I'm old enough to remember when gas was considered clean energy, and I'm young enough to see that there are reliable carbon neutral energy sources that are not weather dependent in our future. We are just not there yet. I support the conversion to gas in the meantime. In Wisconsin, in the state, we're beginning to see a trend of manufacturing here in the US again. You've heard it all over the news. That's what we want to do, is bring it all back here, right? Well, without reliable energy, this trend will never happen or gain traction. And I'll tell you, I visited a sister of mine in California. I couldn't believe what I saw. It was a sunny day and the power's out. And she's like, "Oh, this happens all the time." I'm like, "You got to be kidding me." And they have a generator that they rely on. They use it probably every 2 or 3 weeks. Like, I didn't know that was a thing. I've never had to worry about that at my house here in Wisconsin. And if the power goes out and you have to rely on a generator, I can't imagine a manufacturing facility saying that's okay with me, and that being a good solution. It would definitely stifle economic growth. I think, when you're talking about a gas conversion to make up a runtime of 10 to 20% of the different or the current electricity from our other sources. That's not all that bad. And, you know, let's face it, there's some issues with wind and solar and batteries. They all have their own unique health and environmental issues. But this is, I agree with Nick a little bit and Don as well, that this is all of the above. We should be doing all these things. I don't think there's a magic bullet in our future right now. Maybe there is in the future, but in the meantime, we need that reliable power that gas can give us. And that'll help us sustain and grow our economy and create and sustain our workforce and allow us to maintain the standard of living that we're grateful for in this area of the state. You know, to all that are opposed to the proposed changes, there are alternatives. You know, we could do nothing, keep burning coal. Or we can stop burning coal and buy a generator like my sister's house. Or we could move to gas as the bridge fuel to the next generation of non-weather dependent carbon neutral energy. And that's what I'm for. Let's make the move to gas for now. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Sure. All right. Thanks. Okay, see someone on Zoom that we can take before we get to our next 5 in the room. So Mark Gallistil, you connected to Zoom. Did you want to comment? Mark is Gallistel. No, okay. So let's go off the record for a second. So you've been waiting a long time, and I know you don't have part of this debate. Did you want to talk about your land issue now? I can just, because you've been here since the beginning, so I want to have you do this now. So let me just get your name. Did you fill out a appearance slip?
Pardon?
Did you fill out one of these forms?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So
It's in there someplace.
in the back. Have you seen Vitus?
What was it?
Vitus?
Yeah. Yeah, it's about 10 more times.
Okay. All right. Well, you're not too far off. Okay, just I know you have a different issue, so I want people to get a chance to hear that too. So let's get on the record. Let me swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, so give us your name and spell your last name, please.
My name is Vitus Holoshik. I live in Caledonia, Wisconsin, about 2.5 miles away from the Oak Creek Power Plant.
Just spell your last name, please.
Hloushek.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Archie, you won't see that one again. Anyway, I'm 85. I can remember when the Oak Creek Power Plant was built. I was going to grade school there, and we had a tour of one of the boilers before he fired it up. And if we got a northeast wind after firing it, went out in the morning, your car would be covered with soot and ash. Over the years, they cleaned it up, the scrubbers and everything else on there. And my opinion is, I think they'd be running on coal right now until they convert it over to something a little better, like nuclear or solar. Wind power, I don't think is the answer because these turbines are high maintenance. I spent time in Texas with people who installed them down there. Said they're very high maintenance to keep up. These big blades on there, they're made out of fiberglass. It cannot be recycled. They got to truck about someplace to bury them. You look at all these turbines that are running, unless they could develop a new material, aluminum or something they could recycle, it's a big waste of money. Anyway, I'm directly involved with this pipeline because it's going through our property. I tried to get people from We Energies to relocate the pipeline a little bit. It's going to go, I let a short dead end road. They want to go underneath our blacktop road. Make a 90-degree turn. I have 20 beautiful spruce trees that they want to take out. So I try to get them to relocate on a different part of our property. Eventually, I guess it's going to go through. You can't stop it. It definitely is cleaner than coal, but to try to relocate it, I was wondering who lays out the
the pipeline where it goes? Is it We Energies or is it Public Service Commission?
Yes, I just want to be clear. So this is, you're in what's the
Caledonia.
property? Yeah, so we're talking about the pipeline that's feeding the plant to Oak Creek.
Correct.
Okay,
Here.
okay. So actually, so this case is just about the plant. So the pipeline is a different case. And so you do have some time still to talk to some people about your issues. So I'm gonna direct you to Adam if he's there. He's over in the corner. He's gonna be able to help you connect with the right people about that
Okay.
problem. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
we
I think,
didn't know it was just to be for that, one thing, just a plant. We didn't.
Right.
I thought it was all one deal.
it's all connected for sure. Yeah, but I'm glad you're able to raise this now. There's still time before the next case.
Yeah.
In order to get that. So that case is actually has a different number than this one. So so it's 6630 CG 139. So that's the case you want to track. And but Adam will be able to help you figure that out and get you connected to the right people.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, I'm glad you didn't have to sit through the whole hearing to get your to realize you're in the wrong case. Okay, but perfect. Thanks for the comment.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Adam, you got that? Yeah. Okay, thanks. All right, so Sarah Marie Streed. Sarah Marie, oh, there you go. Swear in, do you swear or affirm to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, give us your name and comment.
My name is Sarah Marie Streed, and I am here as a wife, mother, grandmother, and citizen of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So many people have talked about the dangers of this methane power plant. So I'm not going to even go there. But first of all, I'd like to say there is nothing natural about a natural gas plant. It's completely a misnomer. All gas plants are 70 to 90% methane. And methane is up to 85% more polluting than regular carbon dioxide. So as a parent and a grandparent, we want to give our children and our grandchildren a better life than we had. But when I was a girl, there were 0 days where I couldn't go outside and play because of the air quality. 0. Now, last year in 2024, my grandchildren here in Wisconsin had 7 days where the air quality was so unhealthy, they were told not to go outside and play. 7. So it doesn't matter who you voted for. It doesn't matter if you're the parent and have a union job. It doesn't matter if you are a concerned citizen or if you really want that union job. We all are in this together, and we all will experience the results of this natural gas plant. So in 2024, Wisconsin got an F. That's a failure. That's a big fat fail for our air quality. And I'll tell you the counties where it was especially bad. Milwaukee County, where I live, Door County, way up north, Kenosha County, Manitowoc County, Ozaukee County, Sheboygan County. All of these counties got an F for air quality last year. Clean air is a fundamental right, and it should be. We all breathe it. We all deserve it. So the CEOs of We Energies, who are going to make millions and millions in their salaries if this natural gas plant goes through, yeah, they're thinking not of their communities, they're thinking of the dollar. So on behalf of the public, which is all of us, even these We Energies CEOs who are going to make so much money off this gas plant, even those people belong in the community. And on behalf of all of our community, the public, our children and our grandchildren, I urge the Public Service Commission to reject this terrible polluting gas plant.
Thank you. Ramona Curry. Did I already announce that? Because I think I put someone else. Yeah, I put you. Yes. Just confusing me. That's the problem. All right.
Nice to see you.
Yes, good to see you. All right, so Maria, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, name and comment.
My name is Maria Beltran, and good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to give my comment today. And I just want everyone to listen. I don't think we're listening. I think a lot have been coming in with selective hearing. I do support union work and people, making their income to take care of their families and to have generational wealth because, all my children are construction workers and skilled trade workers, and it's very important that they have jobs lined up to make sure our families are fed. But I don't think anyone is listening to the sciences behind it, the studies, the health effects of it. I live in Lindsay Heights. I'm a community health worker, and it's bad. I just want to say I'm demanding for the PSC to not approve both dockets in regards of building the new methane gas plant. I grew up on 29th and North Avenue, and we played outside every day and never got sick with any respiratory illnesses. As an adult, I lived on the south side of Milwaukee, closer to the gas plants. I am a mother of 7 and grandmother of 7. My home away from home was Children's Hospital of Wisconsin due to RSV. That triggered all my children into developing asthma. I applaud all you union workers for all you build and to make sure that you take care of your families, because that's very important to me, family. But I ask you to do not build any of this. It is not clean energy at all. And there's science behind it to prove it. And there's facts. You're listening to everyone's story of how the health risks of it, and it's all true and factual. I love my state of Wisconsin, but I also love my community. I did hear a union worker stated most in the room will never be a resident of his community, but we don't have to live in Oak Creek to be affected by this. Everyone lives elsewhere. They live in Racine, southwestern Wisconsin, we're all affected. I am a proud resident leader of Lindsay Heights on 17th and North Avenue for 33 years. We brown and Black people do not need to live in Oak Creek to be affected by the dirty energy damage to our health and wellness, because methane gas hurts everyone of all races. I honestly believe no one was listening to one another here in the room. They were just listening to themselves, saying what they wanted, not knowing, we should all come into a room and get to know each other before we down each other and not know the truth of one another. That is why it is crucial that the PSC and yourself, Mr. Newark, listen and read thoroughly to our true and factual testimonies to not approve both dockets. And as you said earlier to the young lady earlier, you're just going to have to deal with it. I'm saying no, we do not and will not any longer, do not build these. Thank you.
I was expecting to quote me back to me. Thanks so much for your comment. All right, just off the record. Just curious in the back, you guys, the staff table, did you have an issue? Do you have a question that you're dealing with that need me for, or are you guys all good? You're all good? Okay, thanks. All right, so let's get back on with Patrice Grainsbury, then Melody McCurtis, Shirley.
They'll be back for the second.
Okay, all right, well, why don't we do the, so Patrice, no, Melody, Shirley, because you guys are all, looks like you're all in the same pile here, so. Monifa?
Monica.
Looks like an F, but yeah, Johnson? Manifa, okay. No. Marion, Johnson, yeah. Monifa. No. Marion Ottman. Jack Niemer. Jack Niemer, N-E-H, oh, sorry. N-E-H-M-E-R, Jack? Not yet, we'll see. Oh, I got a lot more. Vitus, there's Vitus. Carol Grundy. Jonathan Jackson. Maria Carmen Beltran, yeah. Wait a second here, what's going on?
Okay.
Ted Craig.
Ted Lopez.
All right. I think that's Carnell Hogan's.
Carnell left as well.
Anthony Johnson, there we go. All right, so we got Anthony Johnson, Thomas Kriofsky. All right. Nancy as well, Nancy Kriofsky, yeah. You guys came right on time. Julia Albert. Okay, well, we got enough people here for now. So these guys were coming later. Oh, these piles, right?
Hi, I'm Julia Alberth. I'm online now, just so you know.
Oh, I see you there. Okay, great, thanks. Person was already spoke. I'm just gonna put them here. This one, these are the people who were. I announced, I think we're just gonna add them to this. All right. Am I okay? Got a good sight line? Okay, make sure we're good. All right, so Anthony, right?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, all right, let me swear you in. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, name and comment, please.
My name is Anthony Johnson. I'm from Milwaukee. I'm opposed to this new gas fuel power plant. I don't like the idea of having the customers pay $2 billion bill. I feel like they should be paying it since they're the rich ones, especially if we don't have a say in what we're like paying for. Is more of their decision making and not ours. Cause I'm sure if we had the choice, we'll choose solar power plants and stuff like that. I appreciate having the opportunity and the platform that you're giving all of us. I've heard a guy come up here and say that he's for the power plant because it's creating job opportunities for his kids and it's putting money and making them financially stable. But as someone who's worked in a facility, like a fossil fuel facility, I don't think there's enough money that they can pay me for me to turn my back on my kids and their health, because there's also been people from health professions come up here and state that there's an increase in numbers of people who's been hospitalized. There's harm for people with mental issues, asthma, lung, kidney issues, autism, all types of health concerns, which I feel like we're just brushing past because we want job opportunities. That doesn't really necessarily sound like a fair trade. Another guy came up and said that people don't go outside anymore. We're mainly on our tablets and laptops inside the house. But I don't think that's the reason we're not going outside, even though it may play part. Us actually passing this gas fuel power facility will cause us to stay inside, not because it's more fun, but just for safety issues. Okay, I don't feel like there's a reason for us to settle for little progress, as in we're transitioning from coal facilities to gas facilities. That's just small progress. I feel like we have the resources to have a complete turnover if we so choose to. And I feel like we're not choosing that. We're just choosing to take baby steps. And we're so, like one of the guys that just came up here, we're so far behind other states that is considered like tragedy. The standard is raising, but we're still so far behind. And when I say like we're falling behind the standard, as in we, I don't just mean like we as in we the people, but also we as in we energies. Thank you for your time.
All right, thanks very much. Thomas Krzyzewski.
It's good, not many people can pronounce it right first time.
Did everybody hear that? Raise your right hand. You're coming back next case. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, give us your name and comment.
My name is Tom Krzyzewski and I'm from Brookfield, but I've worked in Oak Creek for 30 years before I retired. So I feel like I'm an Oak Creeker, sort of.
Fair enough.
I'd like to start, I'll say that I'm opposed to building the natural gas plant in its proposed form. So Microsoft, their new data center is one of the drivers for developing the new proposed gas plants. I believe the PSC and We Energies should be working with Microsoft to find a way to both cost share the development of the new power sources that will use the most climate sustainable approach, including renewables, maybe even a modular gas plant if it's needed to fill in. So, but not what's proposed now. Microsoft has proclaimed their vision for a sustainable future, and their websites state this very strongly. They'll be carbon negative by 2030. They'll replenish more water than they consume by 2030. In fiscal year 23, they invested in over 23 million megawatt hours of renewable energy. Enough to power Paris with renewable energy for about 2 years. So they're into it. And I know that Microsoft is committed to pay its own way for the power that it uses, and that's great. But I ask, is Microsoft aware of the potential climate impact associated with how the power they need for their data center will be generated? There could be a great synergism achieved by partnering with Microsoft. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Now, Nancy. I'm not gonna try it again. I won.
Oh, right, you got to.
Oh, Kriowski. There we go. Yes. I'm gonna swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. It took you a while to think about that. Give us your name and comment, please.
My name is Nancy Kriowski, and I have come with my husband and another friend who I hope can speak here today. Thank you for allowing me to come to speak regarding the current plan to build a new natural gas plant in Oak Creek and remove the coal-fired plant. We need non-polluting energy resources to decrease health problems, especially in the inner city of Milwaukee. And we can't afford to put this matter off. I'm a retired RN, PHN, a public health nurse, and have tutored grade schoolers as a volunteer in the inner city in past years. Because of that, I've learned that so many of the children living in the inner city suffer from asthma. Very debilitating. It can affect reading, learning problems as well. I've also read reports of pregnant mothers in the same area having more stillborn babies and other pregnancy problems due to excess heat that increases air pollution. Global warming increases air pollution levels that lead to more asthma attacks, poorer pregnancy outcomes, and many other health-related conditions. While I'm greatly in favor of the coal plant removal, which was so very fought against by S.C. Johnson of Racine and many others at that time, I'm not in favor of replacing it with natural gas plant, but will still produce excess methane gas, which unfortunately creates huge amounts, as we've heard today, of global emissions and greatly contributes to global warming. Plus, it is very expensive for our citizens to pay for the new plant. Instead, more, less expensive, non-polluting renewable resources need to be put in place for the health of all of us.
All right, thanks very much. All right, we're gonna switch gears to Zoom because Julia Albrecht is here on Zoom. So if you can unmute, we'll take your comment now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, hang on just a second. You're driving right now?
Yes, I
You
am.
know what? We're gonna have you pull over. I'm gonna take your comment after you're driving, okay?
Okay, it sounds great. Thank you.
No problem. Don't want to see an accident on screen. So, okay. So we'll move on to more people in the room. Wait for later. Yeah, how are you doing? Good. Yeah, William Breyer, B-R-A-I-E-R. There we go. Then I'm just gonna give a couple more names here. Geneva Jones. Joshua Salazar. You can come up and have a seat. Sorry. Joshua Salazar. Okay, Kiva Guyton. Richard Gustin. Got those people on deck. All right, William, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
So I asked that they build more battery storage systems instead of building these LNG plants. The idea that natural gas is the only way to meet the peak demands is not true. Please do not replace the coal plants with natural gas facilities. The methane emissions are actually worse than the coal plant emissions. Natural gas, shale, and liquefied natural gas leave greenhouse footprints that are 33% worse than coal when you consider the processing and the shipping in the whole process. Methane emissions from LNG production, liquefaction, and the transport will offset any benefit from lower carbon dioxide emissions compared to coal. Now, you've heard that methane is cleaner, a cleaner burning fuel, which is true. So how is it dirtier than coal? Well, it's important here to compare the methane and carbon dioxide as greenhouse gases. Methane, or CH4, is a much more potent greenhouse gas in the short term. Methane is 80 times more powerful than carbon dioxide at trapping heat. So instead, build more battery storage systems, as We Energies has in the past, to handle the low output periods of solar and wind energy. We Energy has done a great job in the recent past of building battery storage systems in combination with wind and solar energy in the past. So the proposed 1.8 billion could buy enough solar energy and the battery storage to meet the anticipated increase in the electrical demands predicted by the Department of Energy for 2028. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Geneva. Geneva Jones?
He's Kevin.
No. All right. How you doing? I'm gonna swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead. Name and comment.
My name is Geneva Jones, and
For you.
my name,
You just gotta go a little closer. There we go.
my name is Geneva Jones, and I'm asking the Public Service Commission to deny We Energy the dirty pollutant, fossil fuel, coal and gas burning plant, pipeline and transportation. The certification or the agreement to go forward. Also, I'm asking for a 2% rate cap. We Energy, I am an activist, consumer, customer, and a client of We Energy that I think have gotten lost in their forecasts, in what's important to them, or what should be important to them, and that's the lives of others. As an activist, I am a consumer, a customer, and a client of We Energy, like I said, which I volunteer, which takes many forms, like I canvas, that's publicly going door to door, phone banking, making calls directly to public, marching as feet on the ground, signing petitions to magnify our message, speaking engagements, or speaking out to tell our truth. I also volunteer informing those who are disenfranchised from the voting process. This can be that they're legally prohibited to vote, marginalized people, and those who will not stand up for themselves. Mostly are impacted by these decisions. I help those people to make their voices heard by many contributions. Since 2002 and 2003, since 2023 and 2024, I've added to my profile the Lindsay Heights Neighborhood Improvement District to help reduce blight elimination, the displacement of homeowners, as well as Northside Rising, Action to Fight for Our Lights campaign, due to the overwhelming rising cost of heating and lighting our homes. This is directly due to We Energy rates hike. I come before you to protest for several reasons. One, the rising cost of heating and cooling and lighting our homes year round. The fear of the attack being launched against my human rights. Number three, the pursuit of my liberty and happiness for all due to the negative effects of the environmental damage waged against the people of Wisconsin from We Energy, dirty polluting fuel and coal mining plants, pipeline and transportation. And I wanted to say too that because I don't think they're considering people like me, and that could be my age group, that could be that I'm a woman, that could be that I'm an activist, that could be of all the hats that I wear. Because there is a 2.3, as everyone has stated, a $2.3 billion tag, a price tag that will be put on the backs of the customers, in addition to what's already been put on their backs, on our backs. There's a yearly health cost to families that will total $92.8 million to $144.8 million annually. That will be put on my back, and that will come back every year. And I don't think that that's good business. That's not good partnership. That's definitely not good leadership. So I have to ask you, the public commissioner, to see that We Energy does not get another license to again get a new toy from the toy that we paid for in 2017, or we're still paying for, or 2011, I apologize, whenever this plant was built, that they don't get a new toy. And then who knows, down the line, they want another new toy. That we have to continue to pay for the old toys. When gas and that, food, rent, light and gas, everything's going up at our pay. And if it did go up, what life would I live if I have asthma at my age? Or if I get some other respiratory disease? It just does not seem fair. If it's being waged on profits, if it's being waged on some people getting better jobs than other people, or if I were one of those people who would build a plant in somebody else's backyard and not my own backyard, how would I know, or how do I feel about the fact that, or how can I wage any kind of conversation to say how they feel or what's going to happen to them, and it's in their backyard? You know, it's not rocket science. It's just caring about your neighbor and doing right by them, doing what you would like for them to do for you in any given situation. So I thank you, Public Service Commissioner, for listening to me. And have a nice day.
Thank you for commenting. All right, Joshua, do we have Julia still driving? I think so. So I don't know, Julia, if you can hear me, just raise your hand when you're in a safe place to comment. I didn't mention that when you're on screen, but hopefully you're hearing me now.
Hi, thank you. Give me 1 second. I'm pulling over now.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you for waiting.
No, that's fine. We've got plenty of other people to take in the meantime. Don't worry. Okay, so Marcus, we're gonna take Julia first. So I see you there, but I'm gonna, yeah, if you could just lower your hands, perfect. Okay, got you on the screen. Appreciate that for the pulling over for us. So let me swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. So give us your name and spell your last name.
Alberth.
Oh, and it's Julia, right? Yeah, your first name is Julia, and maybe you're hearing me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. It's Julia Alberth, Alberth.
Okay, great, thanks. All right, go ahead with your comment.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate hearing everyone's bringing their concerns and their comments today. This is really powerful to be a part of this and to listen to all of you. I am a public health professional, and I'm also a resident of Oak Creek. I am deeply concerned about the health and environmental consequences of the We Energy's proposed methane plant. Last week, I spoke on a panel about this project where I shared my concerns about what this plant would mean for the well-being of my neighbors, especially our most vulnerable: children, older adults, individuals with respiratory conditions, and pregnant people. We know that gas plants emit harmful pollutants which are directly linked to increased rates of asthma, heart and respiratory disease, and premature death. There is no question that this plant will make the air and water in Oak Creek dirtier and the community sicker. This proposal is particularly alarming given its proximity to schools. Deerfield and Carlton Elementary are just a few miles from the site. And research has repeatedly shown that pollution from power plants leads to higher rates of childhood asthma, more missed school days, and long-term developmental impacts. No child should have to grow up breathing toxic air because of decisions made here today. Beyond these health risks, this project also represents a failure to invest in a better energy future for Wisconsin. Some people argue that a gas plant is necessary for when, quote, the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine. But this is simply not true. In the state of Iowa, Iowa generates 59% of its electricity from wind power. And as a previous speaker noted, and I want to reiterate, the wind doesn't blow any harder in Iowa than it does in Wisconsin. If our neighboring states can embrace cleaner energy solutions, why are we investing in a fossil fuel infrastructure that will lock us into decades of pollution and rising energy costs? And let's talk about these costs. This will not help the economy. This will not help me as a ratepayer living in Oak Creek or my neighbors. And this will not help other moms and parents in Oak Creek who have to pay for costly hospital bills for their kids' asthma and for other important people in their lives. We Energies is asking us, the ratepayers, to foot the bill for a $1.5 billion project, while a major beneficiary of this power plant will be Microsoft, a company that made $88 billion in profit last year. And I'll say that again, they made $88 billion in profit last year. Families in Oak Creek are already struggling with basic expenses, and now they're being asked to pay even higher utility rates to subsidize this massive corporation, and that is completely unacceptable. The decision that you make on this proposal is not just about one plant. It is about the future of Wisconsin's energy system, the health of our communities, and the financial burden placed on working families. Public service commissioners, you have the power to choose a path that prioritizes clean energy, public health, and economic fairness. I urge you to reject this proposal and instead invest in energy solutions that serve the people of Wisconsin and not corporate interests. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See, Marcus, you're there. It looks like you're parked too, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, you ready to comment?
I am.
Okay. So let me see. So I didn't have an appearance slip for you, did I?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, okay, I thought so. Okay, that's fine. Doesn't matter. Mark the Hogans.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's okay. It doesn't matter. That's all right. So let me swear you in. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear.
All right, give us your name and comment, please.
Yes, sir. So I'm Marcus Carnell Hogans. I'm a 26-year young resident of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, specifically representing the Lindsay Heights area. Thank you for assisting me and just empowering a voice that's been silenced historically. So, deep appreciation for that. The titles that I hold, they all got the same sentiment. The most important title that I do hold is the title of being a father. I oppose the building of this methane gas plant for a multitude of reasons that time really wouldn't permit for me sharing. Those reasons all across the spectrum of economic and developmental reasons. The one I'm choosing to highlight is the developmental piece. Obviously, it's intersection between the two, but as a father, that's the one that really gravitates to me the most. Considering the urgency that's needed to address the literacy rates in NPS, a plant being built that got the potential to limit brain development is not ideal. Exploitative capitalism has been perpetuated on the degradation of our youth for as long as we can remember. Just playing economically, I feel, would just decentralize parents from being able to advocate for their children properly, and it would constitute divestment into the future of our children. So if we energies truly wish to invest in the future rather than the enslavement and subjugation of our youth, they reconsider the source of energy that they're choosing. The underserved and marginalized people of color who this plan will likely impact the most, who already suffer from disproportionate marginalization, which a lot of high energy bills already contribute to. It just wouldn't be ideal again. So I'm just wishing that the public service does hear and feel our sentiments. And I just leave this comment with the African proverb. It says, if a child is not embraced by the village, they will burn it down to feel its warmth. So that being said, with the earth already heating up, let's not be singed. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. So we've got just a second. I'm just gonna, I think he dropped out. That's fine. So let's see. So we have a couple of people joining us by Zoom, but I did announce some names in the room. So let me get to those first. Joshua Salazar, are you here? Josh, no, sorry. Joshua Salazar. Okay. And Kiva Guyton. Yeah, I think so. Richard Gustin.
I'm here.
All right. Come right up. Let's see, do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
All right, give us your name and comment.
My name is Joshua. I live in the city of Milwaukee. I'm here representing the working class and here to present the fact that union workers having a way of life that's able to feed their families and preventing climate change are not mutually exclusive. They are lying to our laborers. They're lying, saying that we need these gas plants to provide jobs. In reality, this is all just a tax scheme for the corporations to take our cash, put in their pockets, billions of dollars a year, go in corporate subsidies for these energy corporations that do nothing but pollute the environment. We can have the same quality of life that we have now and save trillions of dollars over the next decade if we really push forward in preventing climate change and going towards renewable energies. What I don't understand is why people fall for the propaganda, why people fall for the lies. I'm here to represent all of you, my working class comrades, the people on the bottom, the people who suffer. They will suffer more if you don't do something now. Climate change is real. Insurance companies are leaving Florida. They're leaving California. You know why? Because they know it's going to be more expensive to insure people over there when the climate change catastrophe is already beginning to take place. We have to stand up. We have to scream and fight. These corporations, they want us to be begging. They want these platitudes. I'm not here to provide platitudes. I'm here to provide a direct statement. There's plenty of studies out there proving that it would save us money. It would save us millions of lives. So if our representatives here are here to serve the American people as they say they are, they would deny this gas plant. If you, as a history buff myself, if you want to be seen as the good guys in history books, if we are to still have history books in the future, because we are not certain we will, then you will deny this gas plant, transition to green energy, and create more jobs. Distribute that wealth to the workers who provide actual wealth, because there is no wealth without the working class who produce the product and do the services. I am tired of begging and pleading. How many more people have to suffer? How many more children have to gain asthma, have to have worsening mental health issues? just for a few cents of profit. I personally am tired of it. Drill, baby, drill? Really? So we're gonna destroy the planet so that way we can have a few cents cheaper in the gas pump when that hasn't even manifested yet. Gas is still $4 a gallon. Eggs are still prohibitively expensive. How much longer are we going to believe the lies? How much longer until we, as a society, the working class, unites together and fights for our own interests? I know the workers here think they're fighting for their interests, but they're being lied to. They want to earn enough to feed their families, but if there's no planet, what family will you have? What will we have? Nothing. I don't think we should have a concession to Microsoft, who already gets billions of dollars a year from tax subsidies. I think it's about time we bring back the FDR era. We had to break down these monopolies. And we, at least here in Wisconsin, we have to use Chapter 197, eminent domain, so that these utility companies are owned by the public. There's more transparency. And that way, these workers not only earn more, but we have more of them. We have more people off the streets, unemployed, no future. I know what it's like. I don't have any parents. I know what it's like to struggle. And right now, it's time to get down and dirty. It's time to scream. And it's time to not let these corporations get away with making our children's future unhealthy. I'm a young person. I'm Gen Z. My generation doesn't even know if we're going to have a future. I just read an article. Switching to green energy would save us $1.2 trillion over the next decade. Because renewable energies, studies show, are easier to maintain. So I have a suggestion for all of you over there judging us. If you really care about the American people, about the working class here in Wisconsin, you will deny this gas pipeline. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks very much. All right, Kiva?
Hello there.
Hello, again. Raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Let's see those nails. All right.
Okay, so, for you guys who don't know, me in disguise, no stranger. This is work that is very near and dear to me and the people of Wisconsin. But I'd like to say good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kiva Guyton. I'm the Energy Burden Organizer for Northside Rising, Co-op of Citizen Action of Wisconsin. Today, I stand in front of you in opposition to build a new gas plant, and I am asking the Public Service Commission not to give We Energies an operation permit to move forward with this project. They are asking for construction and operation of 5 simplex cycle combustion turbine electric generating units with a total electric generating capacity of approximately 1,200 billion standard cubic feet of electrified gas storage facility and other equipment required to support this new project. This project will also increase the use of natural gas in the Elm Road generating station. We're looking to move towards clean, affordable, renewable energy. If we don't close this coal burning plant, we will not be able to meet our greenhouse gas emission goals by 2030, and most definitely not by 2050. Solar panels and wind turbines are actually twice as cheap to operate than methane gas. We don't want a second choice. We want cheaper, clean energy. This project, in conjunction with this 1,100 megawatt gas plant, a 30-mile pipeline, and an LNG, which is liquefied natural gas plant storage facility, to service this project will cost ratepayers a whooping $1.2 billion. Not to mention who these ratepayers are. Folks who look like me, whose houses aren't weatherized due to historical racism and strategic placement from the government by redlining communities. This project will not only cost us our earnings, but will directly affect our livelihoods. The Public Service Commission duty is to protect us by making sure the quality of our air and the quality, oh, Jesus Christ, I should get glasses. It's the Public Service Commission's duty to protect us by making sure the quality of our water we drink and our air we breathe is clean. Thanks, Maria. These pollutants have impacts on our mental health, respiratory systems, our cardiovascular systems, and we can clearly see the environmental impacts with climate changes right in front of our very own eyes, which means we're not just paying with our pocketbooks, we're paying with our lives. So again, I ask the Public Service Commission to listen to the people and their stories and not to move forward with this project. I'm also asking the Public Service Commission to implement a 2% rate cap to close a disparity gap between suburban communities and Black and brown communities. As I stand here today again, I'd like to say that I'm opposed. I am opposed. I do not wish for the gas plant to be built here in Oak Creek. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much. Okay, so we're coming up to almost 5 o'clock. So we've had a hearing from 1 to 5, and then we're gonna have another one at 6 until we're done. How many people here have signed up so far and haven't spoken? So we have 4. Yeah, you know, we're gonna, so we have 5 or so. Okay, you have a few people online. So why don't we'll just grab you guys first, and then we'll just take the people in the room, and then we're gonna break for until 6, I think. We're gonna see how that goes, but let's do that now. Let's get your name.
Yes, my name is Sarah Zarling.
Yeah, they've been very good. You gotta be proud of that. Yeah.
Oh, I am definitely. So my name is Sarah Zarling.
Hang on just a second.
Sorry.
Just get this all set up here. All right, so let me swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, and Mike, and give us your name and comment.
All right, my name is Sarah with an H, and Zarling, Z as in zebra, rhymes with darling. So thank you. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. Actually, I'm not happy to be here. I wish we weren't here. But I am grateful for the opportunity to share some of what I know about the impacts of oil and gas to people, communities, and the environment. For the past 10 years, I have learned about the environmental impacts of oil and gas and have heard people who live near oil and gas infrastructure talk about how they had been negatively impacted, particularly with their health and their finances. Being chronically sick costs money. It is indisputable that people who live near these facilities are put in immediate danger all day, every day. It is also the job of oil and gas and energy companies to tell you that you need these facilities and that they're safe. I believe it to be one of the greatest forms of betrayal for We Energies to come into communities and try and sell their poison by convincing you that you need it and can't survive without it. Some of the negative health effects of living near oil and gas include asthma, respiratory issues, cancer, and nosebleeds. But is We Energies going to pay the medical bills of families who become sick? Are they going to take the children to the ER in the middle of the night when they're having an asthma attack and can't breathe. We Energy says they care about safety, but they include little information about what to do if you smell a gas leak. In their brochure that they send in the mail to their customers, titled Natural Gas Pipeline Safety, they say if you smell a gas leak, to avoid using electronic appliances such as garage door openers or telephones of any type, and don't turn electrical switches on or off. So let's walk through this together. If we smell a gas leak, what are some of the first things we're going to want to do? We're going to want to use our car to leave. We're going to want to use our phone for a flashlight, turn on a light to see, or use an actual flashlight if it's dark. But they don't tell you you're not even supposed to use a flashlight. What if it's late at night and you're asleep? Will you smell the gas leak or will you die in your bed? What if you do smell it and it's dark and you have no way to light your way to safety? And if there's a leak at the plant, there will be prevailing winds, but they don't tell you about that either. I don't know about you, but none of this makes me feel safe. And then there will be the harmful emissions from the plant, which will include methane, carbon dioxide, benzene, and other cancer-causing chemicals that are reducing your quality of life and lifespan every day. Methane also has far more immediate warming effects to our planet than carbon dioxide. Any oil and gas infrastructure is constantly emitting or venting. It has to be because of the pressure of the gas in the tanks and the piping systems, otherwise they would explode. We all know what would happen if we closed ourselves in a garage with a running car, yes? It's the same thing. This is a planet with an atmosphere. Where do you think those harmful emissions are going? They don't just disappear or evaporate, they collect. Oak Creek also sits on beautiful Lake Michigan, which is where they draw their drinking water. And we need water for far more than drinking. We need it for cooking, showering, making coffee and tea, and watering plants. Once the water is polluted, the cleanup is substantial and not guaranteed to be fully remediated. What will happen if the water supply becomes contaminated? People in communities where this has happened have found it difficult to obtain bottled water, and when they do, it is in limited supply. People should not have to know what it's like to use bottled water for bathing. There will also be the cost to the tourism economy when people don't want to come and visit polluted beaches. It is not negativity to state the facts of the very real dangers of oil and gas. People who oppose this plant do care about jobs, and it is a huge oversight to deny the jobs that will be created by implementing renewable and clean energy. It is simply not true to say that renewable energy is unreliable because the wind doesn't always blow and the sun doesn't always shine. These are tired arguments used by people who stand to benefit and profit from the continued use of oil and gas. The state of Texas experienced widespread powder outages in a recent winter that resulted in people freezing to death, and this was from oil and gas generated electricity, not renewable energy. And we've already heard about our neighboring state of Iowa generating 59% of their power from wind. I will agree, please don't tell me the wind blows differently, that much differently here. The state of Vermont also generates all their power from hydropower and other renewables. It is short-sighted to take the position that we must continue using fossil fuels to power our world just because that's the way it has always been done. The only reason why renewable and clean energy technology isn't farther along is because oil and gas projects continue to be approved. This is 2 + 2 = 4 common sense. It's 2025. It's time to use our big human brains and think outside the box about all the jobs and possibilities that can be had with renewable energy. Many of us who oppose these projects are union supporters, organizers, and members. And believe it or not, we actually support the safety of workers as well, and believe We Energies can do better for you by not having you work at such a dangerous job that puts your lives at risk and diminishes your health. Please, Public Service Commission, show the public that you care by opposing this project. Last October, you approved our third We Energies rate increase that we already couldn't afford. Please show the public that you care about our health and our financial futures. I also want to state for the record that my fellow opposition and environmental groups were denied the right to gather for our press conference on the property, but those who support the project were allowed to gather with massive screens displaying misleading propaganda on the property. We believe this to be yet another example that people who support fossil fuels are given preferential treatment over those who oppose oil and gas. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So we're just gonna go down the room this way. Do you have a comment? Yeah, come on up.
Thank you for still being here.
Yeah, thank her.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Give us your name and go ahead.
Louise Petering,
And just spell your last name.
Petering. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the merits of the two dockets, CE 317 and CG 140, being heard today. It is the opinion of the League of Women Voters of Wisconsin that the environmental assessments dated December 29th, 2024, for both projects do not adequately analyze their full environmental, social, and public health impacts. The project should not proceed without further critical in-depth analysis with an environmental impact statement. Based on our member-adopted positions on environmental and human health, the League of Women Voters of Wisconsin signed the January 14th, 2024 letter that the Public Service Commission received on behalf of 21 organizations and 3 individuals. That letter requests a full environmental impact statement. Importantly, the letter details some of the potential negative impacts of PM 2.5 emissions and ozone layers that would result from building these projects. If built, both those living near and distant from the facility will experience acute and chronic health risks from exposure to PM 2.5, asthma, lung and heart disease, stroke, and Alzheimer's among them. The joint letter also requests information on the effects on utility rates and energy burden. In addition to our concerns above, we ask for clarity on water consumption and discharge during the construction, operation, and maintenance of the facility. Documents submitted by the applicant provide a confusing picture of the water sources and management for the proposed facilities. The overview section of the application summary for the combustion turbine states, in quotes, water for nitrogen oxide control and closed cooling would be provided by the existing plant well water supply system, end of quote. Several sections in the application read, quote, service water and potable water will be provided by the existing source of Oak Creek Generating Station, which is the City of Oak Creek Municipal Water Supply System, end of quote. Another section states, this project is not anticipated to require construction of water pipelines off-site, and no change in the City of Oak Creek existing water or sewer utility facilities is anticipated. Still another section reads, process drains from the CTGS will be collected in 2 oil water separators and discharged to on-site stormwater management facilities. Oil/waste collected shall be pumped and hauled off-site. That's the end of the quote. An integrated section covering water supply, use, discharge, and disposal would illuminate whether the projects will affect the water table or water availability for residents of Oak Creek. Compliance with the Green Lakes Compact must be addressed. These proposed projects are large and complex, full of potential impacts not fully understood. Wisconsin residents will pay directly for them for decades through their utility bills, and they will pay indirectly for many years through increased health-related illnesses and intangibles, such as environmental degradation. The new gas plant is expected to operate for at least 30 years, possibly past 2058, far exceeding Wisconsin's clean energy goals and the urgent need to reach net zero carbon emissions by 2050. This calls for a well-developed alternative section in both the dockets that compare these projects to renewable alternatives. Those sections were very slim. Due to the complexity of the proposed projects and the serious consequences that their development will have on human and the natural environment, we urge the Public Service Commission to reconsider its determination of the necessity of an environmental impact statement and proceed to analyze the proposals together as one large, complex project. An integrated environmental impact statement is needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so off the record, who do we have left that needs to comment? We have how many? 1, 2, 3. Don? Okay, so I'm gonna ask, so we're getting close to our 6 p.m. Session. Can you guys wait till 6 and start over? No, who can't wait? 1, 2. Don, you can wait, right? You're gonna be back. Yeah. All right. You're just gonna chain you here. All right, so we'll take 2 more and then we'll be done. What about you guys online? I'm hoping if you're home, can you wait it out until 6? We'll start up again. We'll get you guys at the beginning of the hearing. So it's Delaney and Joe.
I can wait.
I can wait as well.
All right, excellent. Okay. So we'll do, yeah, why don't we have you come up? So we'll take 2 more and then we'll be breaking to 6.
Thank you.
What's your name?
Hi, I'm Malika Edquist.
Great. All right. So let me swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. So name and comment.
My first comment is thank you so much for letting me speak and delay your dinner. And with no more than that, I'm going to dive in. I've really appreciated the opportunity to listen to testimony today. And I've been thinking about what I've heard. Yes, there will very likely be economic benefit for people who take roles building this plant and the community around it. And there will also likely be economic harm to many of those same people. There are costs, like we've heard from Dr. Kalkbrenner, to health and to the electric bills of people here in Oak Creek, even if they experience an economic benefit. Some of those hard-won wages will be spent on higher electricity bills, or God forbid, a child's developmental needs or asthma medication. The kids who grow up in Oak Creek will grow up breathing the next generation of pollution. And as they grow into rate-paying adults, they'll still be paying it. And those costs in air quality, in health, in rate increases are shared by me in Bayview, by my family in Racine, by my colleagues and friends across Milwaukee and southeastern Wisconsin. And that's not even touching the climate costs of methane gas, which other community members have rightly highlighted, or the cost of delaying our carbon goals here in Wisconsin. And with all these costs, and considering how long there'll be costs, you want to be sure that the benefits are worth it. And just today, not just today, but into the future. And I am simply unconvinced that they are worth it. Many have said that we need new methane gas to meet increased load growth and keep the lights on. But We Energies hasn't considered other options that are totally in their power, like energy efficiency or demand response. Instead, their proposal is a quick fix that guarantees their own profit over the other ways that they can meet their duty to customers as a monopoly provider. We all want to keep the lights on. We don't need to accept a false story about how to do so. I see this proposal as reactionary to a speculative need for Microsoft's data-centered and AI mania that may or may not last the lifetime of these costs. They may or may not deliver on the premises, much less the promises that we are deliberating today. We already see Microsoft waffling, and we already know it's against their own stated climate goals to take on methane gas. So what I worry about is huge job creating companies skipping over Wisconsin when they're looking to expand because they cannot meet their global climate commitments if they come here and need to rely on methane gas. I worry they'll skip to Minnesota or Michigan or Iowa or, God forbid, Illinois. But if we do build it, We Energies profits either way because we pay either way. This is a 30-year bill and a 30-year solution to what we imagine is at best a 5, maybe 10-year problem. They say methane gas is a bridge, but it's not a long-standing bridge. It's just the bill is that long-standing. Renewable technologies are kicking off across the state with great unions, family supporting careers alongside them. Solar, storage, wind projects, transmission lines, all of this will transform the energy landscape in Wisconsin. What I see, and it's not just me, is whether obsolete or not, we will still be stuck with the literal bill for these plants. We will still be stuck with the health bill, not just us, our children. And that happened with the coal plant, which promised to power the future, but polluted our air on its way to its early retirement. We are still paying for it because we could not adequately question We Energies then about the long-term benefits of the immediate and long-term costs. Without an integrated resource plan at the Public Service Commission, we are hampered in avoiding the same mistakes. We should all be insisting on the right tools to make the right decision. We should all be insisting on those right tools for the right decision. Only with an integrated resource plan will there be a balanced look at the supply side and the demand side, and the Public Service Commission can have a full picture of all the choices that are available in a rapidly changing era. Energy and efficiency technologies and virtual power plants are rapidly being deployed in other states. New technology is coming online all the time, and they need to be on the agenda here in Wisconsin. For this generation and for our next generation, we deserve a next generation solution. I reject the false divide, seemingly pitting good jobs and reliable energy versus smart decision-making that considers the real and true costs of the projects. I urge the Public Service Commission not to approve this proposal, which I deem reactionary and speculative, with very real and lasting consequences. Thank you for hearing my testimony. Bon appetit.
Bon appetit.
Thank you. We got one more. Come on up. I swear you in, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, speak into the mic and give us your name, please.
My name is Rosemary Adamson.
Right on.
I'm a lifetime resident of the city of Oak Creek. I was here before We Energy.
Just a sec. I think that microphone, it did not last us.
Do I have to repeat myself?
No, we got you.
Okay. I'm going to just hit on some things that I don't think were hit on. Noise. We had huge problems with noise off the 2 coal units that were constructed in 2010. I live approximately a half a mile from the plant, and it was an eerie, obnoxious noise that I heard at night that disturbed my sleep. With coal, we have 69 decibels. With gas, it's even greater at 78. So we're going to have more noise for the residents, especially the residents close to the plant. I'm also concerned about the storage of liquid natural gas and the process of warming it up. Plus, it does make us more of a terrorist site. And we already had a problem here in Oak Creek where someone was trying to take apart one of the tall towers. I have looked at the numbers. Right now, we store 1/4 BCK. I don't know what BCK means, but the proposed storage is 2 BCK. So I equate that to 1/4 of a cup to 2 cups. And The last explosion was in 2018, 2019 in Merrimack Valley, which is part of New England. I'm not sure which state. They had to evacuate all of the residents and they had no electricity for 2 months. Let's see, now where else am I? I'm confused by some of the data. One coal unit produces 4,200 what is that?
Megawatts.
Megawatts, maximum capacity. 5 gas units produce 1,100 megawatts maximum capacity. So I got this data off gas, off the PFC, Public Service PFC Commission website, docket number 6630 CE 317. So what's the deal? I'm hearing that 1 gas unit is going to replace 1 coal unit. No. I also know that the pollution of gas is greater. It's less in carbon dioxide, but it is greater in nitrous oxide. And nitrous oxide is going to destroy our ozone. Okay. At first, it was great to have the power plant. We had streetlights. We began to become a city. But the second expansion, those 2 units that were built in 2010, destroyed our city. We, the residents, lost control. We had crooked politicians and we couldn't prove it. We were told if we didn't like it, to vote them out. I ran for office several times. I lost every time. The young man that was here, he spoke a little bit about going back to the Depression era. And one thing that our federal government could do would be to reinstate the 1934 Public Utility Holding Company Act. That act said that public utilities are necessary, that the companies can charge a fee for replacing, extending, paying their employees well, but they would not make an excessive profit. George Bush Sr.'s maternal grandfather was a Walker and a fierce opponent of Roosevelt. And one of the first things he did was repeal the 1934 Public Utility Holding Company Act. We could bring that back. Okay, what else did I catch here? What I don't see is no push for conservation. You know, come on, kids, turn off the lights. We don't need Howell Avenue looking like the Las Vegas Strip. We could put solar panels on all of the city municipally owned buildings and our schools and generate a lot of solar power. Also, I did not find any application by We Energies to close down any of the coal. We got snowed with that same story back in 2010. They didn't close down anything. They still have 4 units they can run. I think I've done.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
And you know, I oppose this expansion.
All right, just to be clear, great, thanks. All right, so whoever has not spoken yet, we're gonna hold off and give you and come back at 6 and start up again. I'm gonna put Delaney Carnes and Joe Dumbinevich in the queue for Zoom. We'll have to sort out who's next in the in person in the room. So So I'm gonna mute and turn off the camera until 6, and we'll see you then. Take care.